The diver's fingers tightened around the edge of the weathered wooden dock, her breath misting in the cool morning air. The lake stretched out before her like a mirror, its surface unnaturally still. There were no ripples, no signs of life, only the dense wall of trees encircling the water, their darkened silhouettes clawing at the pale sky. Sarah adjusted her gear, the weight of the oxygen tank pressing firmly against her back. The soft hum of the lake's silence unnerved her, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. Her guide, an older man with a face like crumpled parchment, stood a few feet away, his expression grim. "They call it Whispering Lake," he said, his voice barely more than a rasp. "For good reason. You hear them when you go down there. The whispers. Don't stay too long." His words lingered in the air, heavy and foreboding. Sarah offered a polite smile, though her heart quickened. "I'll be fine," she said, more to reassure herself than him. This was her passion, exploring the unseen, uncovering what lay hidden beneath the surface. She'd heard the rumors about the lake, of course. Stories of disappearances, of strange lights flickering beneath the water at night. But stories were just that, stories. She waded into the water, the chill biting through her wetsuit. With one last glance at the guide, she slipped beneath the surface, the world above swallowed by the murky depths. The first few feet were uneventful, sunlight filtering through the water in hazy shafts. But as she descended, the light dimmed, and the weight of the lake pressed in around her. She checked her depth gauge, 30 feet. The bottom should have been visible, yet all she saw was darkness. Minutes passed as she descended further. The beam of her flashlight cut through the gloom, illuminating patches of sediment and scattered stones. Then, like a ghost emerging from the void, the outline of a structure came into view. A shiver ran down her spine. It was a house, or what remained of one. The roof had caved in, and its walls were encrusted with moss and algae. Sarah hovered in place, her heart pounding in her ears. She had heard about submerged towns before, victims of man-made reservoirs or natural disasters. But this felt different. As she swam closer, more buildings emerged, their shapes distorted by the water's haze. It was a village, preserved in eerie silence. A broken signpost jutted from the silt, its faded lettering indecipherable. Sarah's flashlight traced the outline of a church steeple, its cross tilted at a precarious angle. The village was a time capsule, untouched by the world above. And yet it felt wrong, unnaturally intact, as though it had been waiting for her. She drifted toward the church, her curiosity overriding her unease. The doors hung ajar, and she squeezed through, her flashlight revealing rows of pews, that were warped and splintered. At the far end stood an altar, its stone surface marred by strange, intricate carvings. Sarah moved closer, her gloved fingers brushing against the patterns. They were unlike anything she'd seen before, symbols that seemed to shift and writhe under her gaze. A sudden noise echoed through the water, a low, resonant hum that sent a jolt of fear through her. She spun around, her flashlight sweeping the room. There was nothing, just the empty church and the oppressive weight of the lake. But the hum persisted, growing louder, more insistent. It wasn't mechanical, nor did it seem natural. It was a voice, a chorus of voices, indistinct and haunting. Panic clawed at the edges of her mind, but she forced herself to stay calm. It was just the pressure, she told herself, or maybe a trick of the water. She needed to focus. But as she swam back toward the entrance, she felt it, a presence, heavy and suffocating, watching her from the shadows. Sarah's breaths came quicker now, each exhale bubbling upward toward the unseen surface. She gripped her flashlight tightly, its beam trembling as her hands began to shake. The oppressive weight of the water seemed to thicken around her, the sensation almost suffocating despite the oxygen flowing through her tank. She pushed through the church doors, her mind screaming for her to ascend, but her curiosity rooted her in place. The hum had faded, replaced by a heavy silence that felt alive. As she swam back into the village's main square, the eerie details of the underwater settlement became clearer. The skeletal remains of market stalls lined the area, their wooden frames twisted and rotting. Shattered pottery and rusted tools lay strewn across the silt. It was as though the village had been abandoned in a hurry, the remnants of daily life left to decay in the depths. Sarah's flashlight passed over a well in the center of the square, its mouth yawning open like a dark void. She hesitated, the primal part of her screaming to avoid it, but her resolve won out. She drifted closer, peering down into its depths. Her light failed to reach the bottom. It was an endless black pit, a darkness that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. As she stared, transfixed, the whispers began. Soft at first, like the rustling of leaves on a still night. Then louder, insistent. Words she couldn't understand, spoken in a language that seemed ancient, guttural, and wrong. Her heart pounded in her chest, and for a moment, she thought she saw movement within the well, a ripple, subtle and deliberate, as though something deep below had stirred. She backed away, her movements clumsy as panic crept in. Turning her flashlight back toward the village, she caught sight of something that made her blood run cold. Footprints. They were faint but unmistakable, pressed into the silt leading away from the well. They weren't hers. The size, the spacing, these belonged to someone or something else. Her mind raced as she tried to rationalize what she was seeing. Perhaps they were old, preserved in the lake bed, but the clarity of the impressions told a different story. These tracks were fresh. The whispers grew louder, their cadence shifting from random murmurs to an almost rhythmic chant. Sarah's vision blurred for a moment, and she realized she was trembling uncontrollably. She needed to leave. Now. She turned, intending to swim back the way she'd come, but the village had changed. The buildings seemed closer together, their angles more severe, as though they had shifted in her absence. The path to the surface was no longer clear. The shadows loomed, darker and more defined, as if the village itself were alive and trapping her within its grasp. Her flashlight flickered, plunging her into momentary darkness. When it steadied, she caught a glimpse of movement, a figure pale and indistinct, standing at the edge of her vision. She froze, her breath caught in her throat. The figure didn't move but seemed to be watching her, its head cocked unnaturally to the side. Then it was gone, dissolving into the water like smoke. Sarah's instincts took over, and she kicked hard, propelling herself away from the square. She needed to find her bearings, to retrace her path back to the surface. But the village wouldn't let her go. The narrow streets seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. Sarah glanced at her compass, only to find the needle spinning erratically. Her hands tightened around her flashlight, its beam bouncing wildly as she swam. The whispers followed her, relentless and maddening, like a chorus of unseen spectators. Her oxygen gauge caught her eye, the needle inching dangerously close to the red zone. Time was running out. She spotted what appeared to be a larger structure ahead, its silhouette imposing against the murky backdrop. Desperate for a reprieve, she swam toward it, hoping it might offer some clue, some exit from this nightmare. The building was a manor, its stone facade adorned with ornate carvings that had survived the ravages of time. Its large double doors hung open, inviting her inside. Against her better judgment, she entered, her flashlight illuminating a grand hall filled with waterlogged furniture and tattered tapestries. The air, or rather the water, inside felt heavier, colder. Her movements were sluggish, as though unseen hands were pulling her back. The walls were covered in more of the strange carvings she had seen earlier, their patterns intricate and dizzying. They seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive. Sarah felt a sharp pain in her temple and instinctively looked away, her head spinning. A creaking sound echoed through the hall, like the groan of ancient wood under pressure. She turned her flashlight toward the noise and saw a figure at the far end of the room. This time, it was no fleeting apparition. The figure stood motionless, its form unnervingly human but wrong in subtle, terrifying ways. Its limbs were too long, its proportions slightly off, and its face was blank, featureless, a pale oval that seemed to absorb all light. Sarah's body screamed at her to move, but she was frozen, paralyzed by the creature's presence. It took a step toward her, its movements jerky, almost insect-like. The whispers crescendoed, each word a dagger in her mind. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure stopped. It raised a hand, long fingers pointing toward her, and the water around her grew impossibly cold. A force seized her, dragging her forward, closer to the figure and the suffocating darkness behind it. She struggled, her limbs flailing as she tried to resist, but it was futile. The village had her now. Sarah's struggle grew more frantic as the force around her intensified, pulling her toward the faceless figure. Her oxygen tank felt heavier with each passing second, as though the weight of the lake itself was pressing down on her. She kicked hard, the fins of her diving suit slicing through the water, but her movements seemed sluggish, futile against the unseen pull. The whispers grew louder, their tone shifting to something more guttural, almost angry. Then abruptly the force released her. She spun in place, her flashlight beam darting wildly around the room, but the figure was gone. The whispers receded, leaving only the hollow echo of her own panicked breathing. Her heart raced as she checked her oxygen gauge, dangerously low. She couldn't afford to linger any longer. She had to find a way out. She swam back into the grand hall, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of an exit. The carvings on the walls seemed to shift and writhe in her peripheral vision, but when she looked directly at them, they were still. They seemed to mock her, a silent reminder that this place was alive, watching her every move. A faint light caught her eye, a glimmer from the far side of the hall. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was enough. She swam toward it, her movements careful and deliberate. The light led her to a corridor, its narrow walls pressing in on her. As she moved through, the carvings became more erratic, their shapes twisting into grotesque faces and clawed hands. Her breathing quickened, the sound of it loud and desperate in the confined space. The corridor opened into another room, smaller but no less unnerving. In its center was a pedestal, and on it rested an object that seemed to glow faintly with an inner light. The object was a mask, carved from some sort of dark, smooth stone. Its features were haunting, hollow eye sockets and a twisted mouth that seemed to grin in mockery. Sarah hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to leave it alone. But something about the mask drew her in, a compulsion she couldn't explain. Against her better judgment, she reached out and touched it. The moment her fingers made contact, the whispers roared back to life, deafening and furious. The room around her seemed to warp, the walls bending and twisting as if the lake itself were convulsing. Sarah yanked her hand back, but it was too late. The mask's glow intensified, flooding the room with an unnatural light. She felt a searing pain in her chest, as though something had pierced her, and she doubled over, gasping. When she looked up, the room was gone. She was no longer underwater. Instead, she stood in the middle of the village square, but it wasn't the ruined, sunken place she had first seen. This village was alive. The buildings were intact, their walls painted in vibrant colors. People moved about the square, their faces obscured by the same masks she had just touched. They didn't walk so much as glide, their movements unnervingly smooth. Sarah tried to speak, to call out to them, but her voice was gone. She clutched her throat, panic rising as she realized she couldn't even hear her own breathing. The villagers turned to face her, their hollow eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. They began to chant, their voices merging into a single, unholy harmony that vibrated in her very bones. The square began to darken, the vibrant colors fading into shades of gray. The villagers stepped closer, their movements synchronized, their blank masks now contorted into expressions of rage. Sarah stumbled backward, her legs refusing to cooperate as the ground beneath her seemed to shift like quicksand. The chanting grew louder, a cacophony of hatred and despair. And then she fell. The sensation of falling was endless, her body tumbling through darkness, so complete it felt tangible. Her mind raced, unable to process the sheer impossibility of what was happening. When she finally landed, the impact was surprisingly soft. She was back in the water, the oppressive silence of the lake surrounding her once more. The mask was gone, but its presence lingered, a heavy weight in her chest. Sarah's flashlight flickered weakly, its beam cutting through the gloom just enough to reveal her surroundings. She was in a new part of the village, one she hadn't seen before. The buildings here were smaller, more humble, their windows like empty eyes staring out into the abyss. The whispers returned, quieter now, but no less menacing. They seemed to come from every direction, encircling her like a predator stalking its prey. A movement caught her eye, a figure darting between the buildings, too fast to be fully seen. Sarah's breath hitched as she swung her flashlight toward the motion, but there was nothing there. She kicked forward, her instincts screaming at her to get out, to find the surface. But no matter how far she swam, the village seemed to stretch endlessly, its labyrinthine streets twisting and turning in impossible ways. Her oxygen gauge beeped, a harsh reminder of her dwindling air supply. She had minutes left, if that. Desperation clawed at her as she searched for a way out. The whispers grew louder, their tone mocking, as though they knew how little time she had. She turned a corner and froze. Standing at the end of the street was the figure from the manor, its blank face tilted toward her. It didn't move. It didn't need to. The pressure of its presence alone was enough to root her in place. The whispers became a roar, a deafening cacophony that drowned out her thoughts. The figure raised a hand, and the water around her grew colder, darker. Her flashlight died, plunging her into blackness. She felt a hand on her shoulder. Sarah's body stiffened at the touch, a jolt of cold shooting through her veins. She turned sharply, but there was nothing there, only the endless blackness pressing against her. Her breath came in ragged bursts, each exhale a desperate plea for oxygen. She tried to move, to swim, but the water seemed heavier now, as though it had turned to molasses. The whispers weren't just around her anymore. They were inside her head, burrowing into her thoughts, twisting her fears into something unbearable. The hand returned, this time gripping her arm. She let out a muffled scream, bubbles rushing upward as she thrashed against the invisible force. The grip tightened, pulling her downward. She kicked and clawed, her body moving on pure instinct. The darkness thickened, and for a moment, she thought she saw faces in the void, twisted, anguished faces that stared at her with hollow eyes. Her oxygen gauge beeped again, more insistent this time. Panic clawed at her throat as she realized she was nearly out of air. She had to find a way up, a way out, but the village refused to release her. The hand let go, and she surged upward, desperate to escape the suffocating grip of the water. Her flashlight flickered back to life, casting an eerie glow on her surroundings. The figure was gone, but the village seemed to close in around her, the buildings leaning toward her like sentient beings. She spotted what looked like a pathway leading out of the village, a narrow alleyway that twisted and turned into the distance. Without hesitation, she swam toward it, her limbs burning with the effort. The whispers followed her, growing louder with every stroke. The alleyway was tight, the walls brushing against her shoulders as she pushed through. The carvings here were different, more grotesque. They depicted scenes of sacrifice, of figures being dragged into the depths by shadowy hands. Sarah's breathing grew shallow, her chest heaving as the last remnants of air in her tank began to deplete. She emerged from the alleyway into another open space, this one dominated by a massive statue. It was a grotesque figure, half human and half something else, its elongated limbs stretching upward as if trying to break free from the water. The statue's eyes glowed faintly, and its mouth was open in a silent scream. The whispers became a chant, a unified voice that seemed to emanate from the statue itself. Sarah's head throbbed as the words pressed against her mind, incomprehensible yet filled with intent. She felt her body moving against her will, drawn toward the statue as though it held some magnetic pull. Her hands reached out, trembling, as she approached its base. Suddenly, the water around her erupted in a violent swirl, and the world tilted. She was thrown backward, her body slamming into the silt-covered ground. The statue seemed to shudder, its glowing eyes intensifying as the chant reached a fever pitch. From its base, tendrils of darkness began to emerge, twisting and writhing like living things. They reached for her, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Sarah scrambled to her feet, her movements sluggish and uncoordinated. The tendrils lashed out, one of them grazing her arm. Pain shot through her like fire, and she cried out, the sound muffled by the water. Her skin burned where the tendril had touched, a black mark spreading across her wetsuit. She clutched at the wound, her mind screaming at her to move, to escape. The statue's mouth began to move, its stone lips parting to release a guttural roar that vibrated through the water. The ground beneath her shook, and the village seemed to respond. The buildings groaned and shifted, their walls cracking as more of the carvings emerged, glowing faintly in the murky light. The whispers returned, but they were no longer unintelligible. The words were clear now, their meaning chilling. "You are ours." Sarah turned and swam as fast as she could, her oxygen gauge flashing red. The tendrils followed, relentless and unyielding. She weaved through the streets, her mind a blur of terror and exhaustion. Her body ached, her lungs burned, but she couldn't stop. She wouldn't stop. Ahead of her, she saw a faint light, a beacon of hope in the endless darkness. She swam toward it, her body screaming in protest. The light grew brighter, illuminating the outline of what looked like a cave. She hesitated for only a moment before darting inside, the tendrils slamming into the entrance behind her. The cave walls trembled from the impact, loose rocks cascading down around her. She pressed herself against the far wall, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. The whispers were muffled now, the tendrils unable to penetrate the cave's entrance. For the first time since she had descended into the village, there was silence. She reached for her oxygen gauge, her fingers trembling as she checked the levels. She was out of air, her chest constricted, and she fought the rising tide of panic. She had minutes, maybe seconds, before she drowned. Her eyes scanned the cave, desperate for something, anything, that could help her. At the far end, she saw another glow, this one softer, warmer. It pulsed gently, like the heartbeat of some ancient creature. With no other options, she pushed herself toward it, her movements sluggish and strained. The glow led her to a small chamber, its walls covered in yet more carvings. At the center of the room was a pool, its water shimmering with an unnatural light. The pool glowed with an otherworldly light, casting eerie shadows on the walls of the chamber. Its surface was unnaturally still, almost mirror-like, and the carvings around it seemed to pulse in rhythm with the faint glow. Sarah hesitated, her chest tightening as her air reserves dwindled to nothing. The compulsion to touch the water was overwhelming, almost instinctual, but the memory of the mask and its curse still lingered, making her hesitate. Her lungs burned as she fought the urge to breathe, her body rebelling against her will. She had no choice. If she didn't act now, she'd die here in this cursed place. With trembling fingers, she reached out and dipped her hand into the shimmering pool. The moment her skin made contact, the water came alive, rippling outward in concentric waves that seemed to hum with energy. A rush of cold surged through her body, and then, inexplicably, she could breathe. Her eyes widened in shock as she sucked in a deep breath, the water around her flowing into her lungs like air. The sensation was unnatural but oddly painless. Her chest rose and fell as though she were on dry land. She looked down at the pool in astonishment, but her relief was short-lived. The carvings on the walls began to glow brighter, the pulsing light quickening as if the room itself were alive. The pool's surface rippled again, and something began to rise from its depths. A figure emerged, first a pale hand, then a face that was horrifyingly familiar. It was hers. The doppelganger stared at her, its expression blank and emotionless. Its eyes, however, were pitch black, voids that seemed to pull her in. Sarah tried to back away, but the cave walls pressed against her, trapping her in the confined space. The doppelganger rose fully from the pool, its movements slow and deliberate. It was identical to her in every way, down to the smallest detail of her wetsuit, but there was something deeply wrong about it. The way it moved, the way its empty eyes bore into hers, it was as if it weren't truly alive. The whispers returned, louder than ever, and Sarah realized they were coming from the doppelganger. Its lips didn't move, but the voices echoed from within it, a cacophony of pain and despair. It raised a hand, and Sarah felt an invisible force wrap around her throat, lifting her off the ground. She struggled, clawing at her neck as the pressure tightened, her vision blurring. In a final act of desperation, she reached out and struck the pool with all her strength. The water exploded outward, the glow intensifying to a blinding white. The doppelganger let out a soundless scream, its form dissolving into the light as the whispers reached a deafening crescendo. Sarah collapsed to the ground, gasping as the force around her neck disappeared. She didn't have time to process what had just happened. The ground beneath her began to shake violently, the walls of the cave cracking and crumbling. The carvings shattered, their glowing lines fading as the room began to collapse. Sarah pushed herself to her feet, her body screaming in protest as she stumbled toward the entrance of the cave. The tendrils were waiting. They lashed out as soon as she emerged, but they seemed weaker now, their movements sluggish and erratic. She dodged them as best she could, her focus entirely on escape. The village was falling apart, the buildings crumbling into the silt as the oppressive darkness began to lift. For the first time, Sarah could see faint rays of sunlight piercing through the water above. Her heart leapt with hope. She kicked hard, propelling herself upward as fast as her body would allow. The tendrils followed, but they seemed to falter, their reach shortening as she ascended. The whispers faded, replaced by the sound of her own ragged breathing and the distant hum of the lake's surface. Her oxygen tank was empty, but the strange ability to breathe underwater persisted, keeping her alive as she swam. The light grew brighter, the surface tantalizingly close. She could almost feel the warmth of the sun on her skin. But just as she reached for it, a force yanked her downward, pulling her back toward the depths. She screamed, bubbles escaping her mouth as she fought against the pull. Below her, the statue from the village square had risen, its grotesque form now towering above the ruins. Its glowing eyes locked onto her, and she realized with dawning horror that it wasn't just a statue, it was alive. The tendrils erupted from its base, writhing like living shadows as they reached for her. Sarah kicked harder, her legs burning as she clawed her way toward the surface. The statue let out a soundless roar, the water around it churning violently. But the light above was growing stronger, and with one final, desperate push, she broke through. The air hit her like a punch to the chest, cold and crisp and real. She gasped, coughing and sputtering as she floated on the surface of the lake. The sky above was gray, the sun hidden behind thick clouds, but it was the most beautiful sight she had ever seen. She turned to look back at the water, half expecting the statue to rise after her, but the surface was calm, undisturbed. The village was gone. Sarah paddled toward the shore, her limbs trembling with exhaustion. When she finally reached the edge of the lake, she collapsed onto the rocky ground, her body shaking as she sucked in deep breaths. She turned onto her back, staring up at the sky as tears streamed down her face. She had made it. She was alive. But as she lay there, the whispers returned. Faint, almost imperceptible, but there. And when she looked back at the lake, she saw the faintest ripple on its surface, as if something deep below was stirring once more. She realized with a sinking feeling that she had escaped the village, but it hadn't let her go. Sarah lay motionless on the rocky shore, her breath shallow as she stared at the rippling surface of the lake. The whispers were faint, but they lingered in her mind like a haunting melody she couldn't shake. Every instinct told her to run, to put as much distance as possible between herself and the cursed water. Yet, she found herself unable to move, her body too weak and her mind too fractured to process what had just happened. The wind picked up, rustling the trees around her and carrying with it a chill that seemed unnatural. It was as though the lake itself were exhaling, sending its icy breath across the land. Sarah shivered and finally pushed herself into a sitting position, wincing as pain radiated through her limbs. Her wet suit was torn, the blackened mark on her arm still visible and throbbing faintly. She touched it gingerly, wincing at the burning sensation. The mark wasn't just a wound, it felt alive, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. She remembered the tendrils that had touched her, the way they had burned through the water as if carrying the essence of the curse itself. Her chest tightened as the whispers grew louder, now distinct words that echoed in her mind. "You are bound." "No," she whispered, her voice hoarse and trembling. "I'm out. I'm done." But the lake didn't answer. It didn't need to. The weight in her chest, the mark on her arm, the lingering whispers, they were all the answer she needed. Whatever she had awakened beneath the surface hadn't been defeated. It had simply let her go, perhaps as part of some cruel game, or as a harbinger of something far worse. Sarah forced herself to her feet, her legs wobbling beneath her. The forest surrounding the lake was dense, the path she had taken to get here now obscured by the encroaching underbrush. She staggered forward, each step an effort as the weight of exhaustion and dread bore down on her. She had to get back to the dive camp, back to safety, or at least what passed for safety in a world that now felt irreparably changed. The walk back was a blur. Time seemed to stretch and warp, the trees around her growing darker and more twisted with each passing moment. Sarah's mind raced, replaying the events in the village over and over, searching for some explanation, some way to make sense of what had happened. But there was no logic to be found, only the suffocating certainty that she had encountered something beyond comprehension. When she finally stumbled into the clearing where her dive camp was set up, she almost wept with relief. The small tent, the campfire she had left smoldering, the gear she had so meticulously prepared, it all seemed so mundane, so comfortingly normal. She dropped to her knees beside the fire pit, her hands trembling as she fumbled to light the kindling. The flames roared to life, their warmth chasing away the chill that had settled in her bones. She sat back, staring into the fire as if it held some answer to the questions gnawing at her. The whispers had quieted, reduced to a faint murmur at the edge of her consciousness. But they were still there, a constant reminder that she was never truly alone. Sarah grabbed her satellite phone from her gear bag, her hands shaking as she dialed the number for the dive agency she worked with. The line crackled, and for a moment, she thought it wouldn't connect. But then a voice answered, faint and distorted. "This is Dive Safe International. How can we assist you?" "This is Sarah Carter," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I need a recovery team. I'm at Blackwater Lake. There's something here. Something wrong. You need to shut it down." The line went silent, the static growing louder. She frowned, checking the signal on the phone, but it was full. "Hello," she said, her voice rising with panic. "Are you there?" A voice answered, but it wasn't the operator. It was deep and guttural, layered with 100 other voices speaking in unison. "You cannot escape." Sarah dropped the phone as if it had burned her, the device falling silent as it hit the ground. She scrambled backward, her heart pounding in her chest. The whispers returned, louder now, the words echoing all around her. "Bound. Bound. Bound." The fire flared, its flames turning a sickly green as the shadows around her seemed to shift and move. Shapes emerged from the darkness, figures draped in tattered garments and wearing the same grotesque masks she had seen in the village. They surrounded her, their movements slow and deliberate, their hollow eyes fixed on her. Sarah's breath came in short, panicked gasps as she grabbed the nearest object, a heavy flashlight, and held it in front of her like a weapon. "Stay back," she screamed, her voice cracking. "I'm warning you." The figures didn't stop. They moved closer, their footsteps soundless, their presence oppressive. The whispers rose to a deafening roar, drowning out her thoughts as the figures formed a circle around her. One of them stepped forward, its mask cracked and blackened as though it had been burned. It raised a hand, pointing at her with a skeletal finger. The mark on her arm flared with pain, and she cried out, dropping the flashlight as she clutched at the wound. The figure spoke, its voice a hollow echo that reverberated through the clearing. "You belong to the lake." "No!" Sarah screamed, tears streaming down her face. "I don't. I escaped. I'm free." The figure tilted its head, its mask splitting into a twisted grin. "There is no escape. The lake is in you as you are in it. You will return." Sarah shook her head violently, backing away as the figures closed in. Her vision blurred with tears, her mind racing for a way out. "I won't go back," she screamed, her voice raw and desperate. "You can't make me." The figure in the cracked mask stepped closer, its presence suffocating. The others stood motionless, their masks reflecting the eerie green light of the fire. The lead figure extended its hand, and the mark on Sarah's arm burned hotter, searing into her flesh. She fell to her knees with a cry of agony, clutching her arm as black tendrils began to spread from the wound, creeping across her skin like living veins. Her body convulsed as the whispers filled her head, not just words but images, visions of the village, of the statue, of herself standing in the ruins as the water swallowed her whole. She could feel the weight of the lake pressing down on her, its darkness pulling her deeper and deeper into its grasp. "No," she whimpered, her voice barely audible. "Please." The figure knelt before her, its cold, skeletal hand brushing her cheek. Despite its hollow eyes, she felt its gaze piercing her, reading every thought, every fear. "You are already ours," it said, its voice resonating with finality. "Your heart beats, but it is the lake that sustains you now. Your freedom is an illusion." Sarah's mind screamed in protest, but her body betrayed her, trembling under the weight of the truth. The mark on her arm pulsed like a second heartbeat, the tendrils now wrapping around her torso, binding her in an embrace she couldn't break. The figures around her began to chant, their voices low and rhythmic, the sound resonating through her very soul. The world around her blurred, the fire dimming as the shadows grew taller, darker. She felt herself sinking, not into the ground, but into something far more profound, as if reality itself were giving way beneath her. She tried to fight it, to hold on to the world she knew, but the pull was irresistible. She found herself standing in the village again, the ruins stretching out before her like a nightmare made real. The oppressive darkness was gone, replaced by a ghostly twilight that illuminated every detail. The buildings were no longer crumbling. They stood tall and pristine, their surfaces unmarred by time. The carvings glowed faintly, pulsing with the same rhythm as the mark on her arm. The whispers were everywhere, surrounding her, guiding her toward the center of the village. She tried to resist, but her legs moved of their own accord, carrying her through the streets. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of brine and decay. She passed faceless villagers who watched her with empty eyes, their bodies frozen in unnatural poses. Some reached for her as she passed, their fingers brushing against her skin like cold, dead leaves. The statue awaited her, its grotesque form towering over the square. It was no longer stone, it pulsed with life, its eyes glowing with an intensity that made her stomach churn. At its base, the pool she had seen in the cave shimmered, its surface perfectly still. The chanting grew louder as she approached, the voices rising in a crescendo that seemed to come from the village itself. "No," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "This isn't real. It can't be real." But the pain in her arm said otherwise. The mark burned brighter as she stepped closer to the pool, her body trembling with every step. The villagers surrounded her now, their masks turning to face her as they knelt in unison, their hands raised in silent supplication. The statue's eyes locked onto hers, and she felt its will pressing down on her like an iron weight. "You are the key," the voices said, overlapping and blending into a single chilling tone. "The gate opens with your blood." Sarah shook her head, backing away from the pool, but the villagers closed ranks, their faceless masks forming an impenetrable wall. The statue loomed above her, its grotesque mouth opening in a soundless roar. The tendrils she had seen before emerged once more, slithering toward her with terrible purpose. "No!" she screamed, her voice echoing across the square. "I won't do this. You can't make me." The mark on her arm flared, and she fell to her knees, clutching at her chest as an overwhelming pressure gripped her. Her vision blurred, the world spinning around her as the tendrils wrapped around her limbs, pulling her toward the pool. She fought with every ounce of strength she had left, her nails digging into the ground as they dragged her closer. The water's surface rippled, and she saw her reflection staring back at her, twisted, monstrous, with black eyes and a mouth frozen in a scream. The pool seemed to mock her, its depths calling to her with an irresistible pull. The whispers turned into laughter, cruel and mocking, as she felt the tendrils lift her into the air. "No!" she screamed again, tears streaming down her face. "I won't be your sacrifice." The villagers chanted louder, their voices merging into a deafening roar. The statue's eyes burned brighter, and the water beneath her began to churn, rising up to meet her as the tendrils forced her downward. The last thing she saw before the water engulfed her was her own twisted reflection, its hollow eyes staring back at her with a chilling finality. The water consumed her in an instant, pulling her downward into its cold, suffocating depths. She gasped, but the water filled her lungs, its icy grip tightening around her chest. Her body convulsed as the tendrils wrapped around her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. The pressure on her body was overwhelming, crushing her, as if the very lake itself sought to swallow her whole. But as the water enveloped her, the pain in her arm flared once more, intense and agonizing. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. The whispers that had followed her were now deafening, a cacophony of voices that swirled around her, shouting words she couldn't understand. Then suddenly everything stopped. The lake's grip loosened, the pressure on her chest vanished, and for a fleeting moment, Sarah felt weightless. She opened her eyes, and the water around her had transformed. No longer was it dark and oppressive, but crystal clear, as if she were suspended in air rather than submerged beneath it. The light was strange, ethereal, casting long, flickering shadows that seemed to dance at the edges of her vision. She tried to move, but her body was unresponsive, suspended in place by some unseen force. A cold, heavy presence hung in the water around her, and she felt herself being drawn toward the center of a vast, underwater abyss. Her heart raced, the panic returning as the whispers whispered her name, over and over, their sound like 1,000 voices calling from the deepest, most ancient corners of the earth. The figures from the village appeared before her, their blank, featureless masks drifting toward her like apparitions. They were no longer standing. They were floating weightless, their limbs outstretched as they moved toward her with a sense of inevitability. Their cold eyes, those empty voids, pierced through her as they surrounded her, their presence suffocating, like the pressure of the lake itself had gathered into one immense, oppressive force. "You belong to us," a voice said, not from one of the figures, but from the very lake itself. It echoed through her mind, reverberating in her skull. "The curse is eternal. It is in you now." Her chest tightened as the words sank in, the reality of her situation becoming undeniable. She was no longer just a visitor of the lake, she had become part of it. The mark on her arm pulsed with life, its tendrils now embedded deep within her veins, a twisted bond that would never break. The figure in the cracked mask floated before her, its hollow eyes staring into her very soul. It reached out, its skeletal hand brushing against her face with a chill so cold it burned. "You were chosen," it whispered. "The lake has claimed you. You are its vessel." The figure's hand passed through her skin, the touch icy and unnatural, and Sarah screamed, not with her voice, but with her very being, as though something deep within her had been torn away. She tried to fight, to resist, but she was powerless. The mark on her arm flared with an excruciating heat, and her body convulsed against the force of the curse. "You are the one," the figure continued, its voice now a deep, resonating hum. "The one who will open the way. The gate must be unsealed." The water around her began to move, swirling as if alive. She could feel the pressure increasing, the water compressing in around her, as though the lake itself was growing larger, stretching, and shifting to accommodate something terrible beneath its surface. The ground, if it could even be called that, began to tremble, as if the entire lake were waking up. A dark, malevolent force began to stir deep below, a presence so ancient and powerful that the very fabric of reality seemed to bend around it. Sarah felt it, deep in her bones, a terrible, unshakable presence that could not be escaped. She felt as if she were drowning, not just in water, but in something far worse. In the ancient curse that had been buried beneath the lake. And then she saw it, the thing that had been waiting, the true heart of the curse. It rose slowly from the depths, its massive form looming before her, far larger than any creature she had ever encountered. It was not a living being, nor was it entirely of this world. Its body was a dark, writhing mass of water and shadow, its shape constantly shifting and reforming in grotesque ways. Hundreds of eyes blinked open across its surface, each one as black as the void itself. Its maw opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth that gleamed like knives in the dim light. Sarah's heart raced, the terror overwhelming her as the creature moved toward her. The figures in the water began to chant in unison, their voices rising in a horrible, inhuman song that vibrated through the very air, through the water, through her very soul. The creature loomed closer, its mouth opening wider, its eyes locking onto hers as if recognizing her. No, as if waiting for her. "You are the key," the voice of the lake whispered again, "and you will open the gate." Sarah tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. The creature was upon her now, its massive form consuming her, its presence overwhelming everything around her. The water rushed in, filling her throat, filling her lungs, and she was pulled deeper still into the heart of the abyss. But even as she was consumed, she could feel it, the mark, the curse, the pull of the lake. It wasn't done with her yet. The gate had not yet been opened. The darkness of the abyss surrounded Sarah, pressing in on her from all sides. The water churned around her, and yet she could still breathe, strange and unnatural. Her body seemed to float in place, suspended by the terrible weight of the curse, her limbs too heavy to move. She was trapped, unable to scream, unable to escape the encroaching darkness that consumed her whole. The creature loomed before her, its massive form shifting, its countless eyes blinking with a cold, predatory intelligence. Sarah could feel its gaze on her, and in that moment she understood, that this was not just any creature. It was the source, the heart of the curse that had swallowed the village, the force that had lurked beneath the lake for centuries, perhaps longer. The creature's maw opened again, wider this time, and Sarah felt herself being drawn toward it, her body moving against her will. The whispers returned, louder than ever, echoing in her skull. They were no longer words. They were commands, demands, and promises. They surged through her mind, filling her with an overwhelming sense of inevitability. "You will release us," the voice of the lake said, now a multitude of voices, one for each of the countless eyes that lined the creature's body. The time has come. The curse must be unbound. The creature's massive tendrils stretched toward her, wrapping around her like ropes, cold and slick, constricting, pulling her closer to the abyssal mouth. Sarah fought, her body writhing in an attempt to break free, but she was powerless. The force of the creature's grip was absolute. "You cannot resist," it whispered, its voice now a low growl vibrating through her bones. "You are the vessel. You were chosen." Her heart thundered in her chest, but there was no escape. The creature's tendrils pulled tighter, forcing her toward the open maw. And then, as her body was nearly swallowed by the darkness, she saw it, the faintest glimmer of light. A flash, a memory. The village, the water, the sunken ruins, the feeling of something lost, something ancient, the pull of the mark. And then a voice, her own voice, echoed through her mind. The gate must be opened. The words were clear, and Sarah understood them now. The creature wasn't just feeding on her. It was using her, binding her to its will, making her part of its curse. But it needed her to open something. Something deep within the lake, something buried beneath the surface. The very realization made her heart lurch. The mark on her arm flared again, and Sarah felt her body involuntarily respond. The tendrils of the creature seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her own heart, and as she was drawn closer to the open maw, something within her snapped. The curse was not just something that had been placed upon her. It was something that had already been awakened in her blood. Something ancient. Something that had been waiting for a vessel, waiting for her. The creature's massive jaws closed, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, she was engulfed in darkness. But then, the water around her began to shift, its pressure easing slightly, and Sarah felt herself being pulled downward, deeper into the abyss. She could feel it now, the lake's pulse. It was not a slow, rhythmic beating. It was faster, frantic, a drum that echoed in her chest and made her skin crawl. She was no longer just a part of the curse. She was its focus, its purpose. The darkness swirling around her was growing stronger, feeding off the pulse in her veins, drawing her closer to the source. And there deep below, Sarah saw it. The gate, a massive, towering structure, twisted and organic in form, like an altar carved from the very rock of the lake bed. It pulsed with the same eerie rhythm, a heartbeat that was not hers, but the lake's, no, the creature's. The figure in the cracked mask, the villagers, the curse, they had all been leading her here. The gate was the final point, the final unsealing, and it was waiting for her. With every pulse, the gate seemed to draw closer, a dark force stretching out toward her, its tendrils reaching for her very soul. "You will open it," the lake's voice murmured, louder now, its power overwhelming. "You have no choice." But Sarah did have a choice. She fought, pulling every ounce of strength from deep within her, her mind clinging to the one thing she had left, her defiance. She fought against the tendrils, against the darkness, against the overwhelming weight of the curse. She remembered the village, the faces of the dead, the feeling of her body trembling as the mark burned into her skin. She remembered the voices, the way they had clawed at her mind, the way they had promised her power, promised her a future beyond anything she could imagine. She had been deceived. The gate was not a door to power. It was a prison. The thing that waited beyond it was not something that would grant her strength. It would consume her. And it would consume everything. With a final, defiant cry, Sarah pushed against the pull of the creature, against the overwhelming weight of the curse. She reached out, her hand trembling, and grasped the edge of the gate. The mark on her arm burned as if it were alive, as if it were trying to tear itself free from her, but she held fast, her fingers digging into the rock. "And oh!" she screamed. The lake seemed to roar in response, the darkness around her trembling with rage. The whispers were frantic now, angry, twisting with a force that seemed to shake the very foundations of the lake. The creature's tendrils writhed, its eyes narrowing in fury. But Sarah did not let go. Her fingers tightened around the gate, and in that moment, something inside her shifted. The mark, the curse, the darkness, it all began to unravel. The lake's hold on her loosened, the weight of its power lifting, as if something ancient and terrible had begun to break. The whispers stopped. The creature howled in fury. And then, with a deafening crash, everything went silent. For what felt like an eternity, Sarah hung suspended in the vast, oppressive dark of the lake, her senses numbed, her body frozen in place. The silence that had followed the roar of the creature was absolute, suffocating. The water around her seemed to hold its breath, as if the world itself were waiting for something. Her chest heaved, her lungs still burning, though the pressure from the tendrils had lessened. The weight of the curse that had pressed on her so violently was now gone. But the air, or what passed for air in this strange place, still felt thick with danger. She knew that the battle was not over. The gate had been touched, but that did not mean it was closed. It did not mean she was free. But Sarah had done something that had shifted the balance of the curse. She could feel it, an energy, a tremor running through the very fabric of the lake. Something had broken, something fundamental, like a crack forming in the walls of an ancient prison, and the lake knew it. Her arms trembled, the exhaustion from the ordeal finally beginning to make itself known. But she fought against it, focusing on the space around her, the stillness that had fallen over the dark waters. There had to be a way out. She had to escape before the gate's terrible power reclaimed her. Her vision began to clear, and the shadows of the lake started to break apart, as though a veil was lifting. The water shimmered, shifting like oil on a surface. And then in the distance something moved. A shadow. At first, it seemed like a trick of her mind, the remnants of the creature's influence still lingering in the edges of her sight. But the shadow grew closer, unmistakably moving, sliding through the water with unnatural speed. Her breath caught in her throat, fear slithering down her spine. It was not the creature, not this time. It was something else. As it neared, the shadow took shape, revealing itself to be a figure. A human figure. And though its features were hard to make out in the dim, otherworldly light, Sarah felt a terrible, gut-wrenching familiarity in the shape of it. The figure emerged from the murky depths, and her heart stopped in her chest. It was a woman, no, a girl, her face pale, her hair floating in the water like black silk. Her skin was smooth and translucent, as though she were made of nothing but water herself. And the look in her eyes, it was not human. It was hollow, vacant, yet there was something in those eyes that stirred an ancient recognition deep inside Sarah. A haunting presence that chilled her to the core. The girl's lips parted, and though no words came from them, Sarah felt them in her mind, clearer than any spoken word. "You are not supposed to be here." Sarah's breath hitched, her pulse racing as she tried to move, but her limbs were heavy, unresponsive. The figure in front of her reached out, her hands stretching unnaturally long, like the tendrils of the lake itself. She could see it now, this was no girl. It was one of the village's long-forgotten dead, a spirit bound to the lake, her body woven into the cursed fabric of its depths. The spirit's hand hovered just inches from Sarah's face, its fingers trembling with an eerie grace. But there was no malice in the gesture, no anger, just an overwhelming sadness that poured out from her empty eyes. "You will never leave this place," the spirit whispered, its voice a mere thread of sound, a warning carried in the silent flow of water. "You cannot undo what has been done." Sarah's chest tightened, and she finally managed to move, pulling herself back from the spirit's touch, though the resistance felt weak. The spirit's hollow gaze followed her every movement, unblinking. It wasn't just a spirit, it was an agent of the curse, bound to the lake, tied to the very gate that had opened, and now it would not allow her to leave. Not without sealing her fate forever. The water around Sarah began to churn again, slowly at first, then faster, as though the lake itself were stirring. The mark on her arm pulsed, a fierce, burning agony tearing through her, and the sensation of being drawn into the lake's dark embrace returned with a vengeance. She could feel the pull once more, not just around her body, but inside her very soul. It was the curse, the creature, the ancient power beneath the lake. It was pulling at her, trying to reclaim what had been taken. And now the spirits, those that were tied to this terrible place, were awakening, one by one, drawn to the gate, the rupture she had caused. Sarah could feel them, dozens, hundreds, their presence swirling around her like unseen hands, their whispers reverberating against her skull. She was no longer alone in this space. She was surrounded by the weight of their presence. "It will not be enough," the spirit said again, and Sarah knew it was not just speaking to her. It was speaking to the curse itself. It will never be enough. The lake will reclaim what it lost. Her mind raced, her heart pounding against her chest as the realization hit her. She had only delayed the inevitable. The gate would not stay closed forever. The curse would resurface, and it would claim her, as it had claimed so many others. But she wasn't done fighting yet. The tendrils of the lake's power were still trying to encircle her, still trying to drown her in its depths. But Sarah reached deep inside herself, finding that small spark of defiance that had led her this far. The mark on her arm flared brightly again, its heat intensifying with each passing second. The spirits around her swirled in agony, their forms shifting like clouds, but she refused to let them claim her. With every ounce of strength she had left, she raised her arms, summoning the last of her will, and pushed back against the curse with all her might. For the first time since she had arrived, she fought not for survival, not just to escape, but to end it, to sever the link between herself and the lake. "No more," she whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. "I will not let you take me." The darkness around Sarah seemed to pulse in response to her words. The water swirled violently, as if the lake itself recoiled from her defiance. The tendrils that had once wrapped around her like chains faltered, hesitating for the briefest moment. In that moment, Sarah seized her chance to break free from the terrible grip that had held her. Her breath, ragged and shallow, filled her chest with the strength she needed to fight back. The mark on her arm burned fiercely, but Sarah didn't flinch. She could feel it, the pull of the curse trying to sink its claws deeper, but she refused to let it. The spirits, the ghosts of the drowned villagers, swirled around her like a storm, their hollow eyes watching her with cold indifference. But she was no longer afraid. She had no choice now but to break the curse. There was no other way out. With a force that seemed to come from deep within the very core of her being, she raised her hand, directing the flow of the lake's energy toward the gate. The mark flared brighter than ever before, its heat almost unbearable. She felt the pulse of the curse, the heartbeat of the lake, and in that moment she understood it. She understood what had to be done. The gate, the towering, twisted structure at the bottom of the lake, was the source. It was the anchor that kept the spirits, the curse, and the creature bound to this place. And now, it was the key to its undoing. With a cry of pure determination, Sarah thrust her hand toward the gate, willing every ounce of her energy into it. She felt the mark on her arm resonate with the force of the curse, sending a wave of heat through her entire body. The water around her began to ripple, the surface breaking in strange patterns, as if the very fabric of reality were tearing. The creature, the spirits, the lake, they all seemed to react at once, a final, desperate plea to stop her. But it was too late. The energy she had gathered surged toward the gate, striking it with an intense force. There was a flash of light, bright and blinding, like 1,000 suns exploding in one instant. The water around her shifted violently, as if the lake itself were convulsing, its very structure shaking. The spirits screamed in unison, their voices rising to a deafening crescendo, their cries filled with terror. Sarah felt herself being pulled away from the gate, torn from the depths of the abyss. She screamed, her mind burning with the knowledge that she couldn't stop. She couldn't let the curse take hold again. She fought against the pull, her body writhing in the cold water, the mark on her arm now excruciatingly painful, as though it were being torn from her skin. And then, as the light from the gate intensified, the pressure in the water shifted. The darkness began to recede, the oppressive weight of the lake's influence lifting from her chest. The whispers, the voices that had haunted her since her arrival, began to fade, growing quieter and quieter until they were no more. The lake seemed to groan in defeat, its deep, ancient power unraveling like a rotting thread. The creatures, the spirits, began to disintegrate, their forms dissolving into the water as the gate shattered with a deafening roar. The air was thick with the echoes of the curse breaking apart, and with that, Sarah felt her body pulled upward, rapidly ascending toward the surface. The world above the lake greeted her with a rush of air and light. She gasped, sucking in precious breaths as she broke through the surface of the water, her limbs aching and heavy. Her heart thundered in her chest as she struggled to stay afloat, her body exhausted from the ordeal. She could hear nothing but the sound of her own ragged breathing, the stillness of the night surrounding her. For a long moment, Sarah floated in the lake, unsure of where she was or what had happened. The water lapped gently against her, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the world seemed quiet. No voices, no curses, just the cold, still expanse of the lake. And yet, something was wrong. Sarah's gaze shifted toward the shore, where the outline of the village still lingered, ghostly, distorted, its buildings barely visible in the dim light. A chill ran down her spine as she realized that the curse may have broken, but the village was still there, still waiting. She shivered, and though the mark on her arm had faded, she knew that she could never truly leave this place. The lake's memories were alive within her, its history forever etched into her mind. The spirits of the villagers, those who had drowned, those who had been lost, were still there, still waiting. Sarah's eyes scanned the shore once more, her mind racing with the horrifying realization that the village was not just a place. It was a force. It was the lake itself, the curse that had been unleashed. The souls of the dead would never rest, and she had become part of their story. As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, Sarah turned away from the village. The lake stretched out before her, its surface calm and silent, but she knew better now. It was never truly still. She swam toward the distant shore, her body heavy and aching, her mind filled with the terrible knowledge of what she had unleashed. There was no way to outrun it, no way to escape, because the lake would always be there, and its curse would never be truly broken. As Sarah made her way to the shore, the weight of the curse still hung over her like an invisible shadow, a constant reminder of the horrors she had witnessed. Her muscles screamed in protest, her limbs heavy with exhaustion, but she pushed forward, determined to escape the lake's grasp. She could feel the chill of the water receding from her body, but a deep, gnawing cold remained in her chest. A cold that no amount of warmth could ever dispel. As her feet finally touched the rocky shore, Sarah stumbled forward, gasping for air, her body aching with the strain. Her eyes swept the horizon, watching as the first rays of sunlight broke through the thick canopy of trees surrounding the lake, casting an eerie, pale glow across the land. The world seemed almost normal, peaceful, even, but she knew better now. The curse was not gone. It was still alive. The spirits of the village, the creatures beneath the water, they were all still there, lurking just out of sight, waiting for their next victim. And Sarah had been the one to release them. She had seen the truth. The village had not been lost to time or accident. It had been swallowed whole by the lake, its people drowned and buried, their spirits bound by a curse older than anything she could comprehend. The lake had taken everything from them, trapping their souls in eternal torment, and she had broken the seal that had kept them at bay. The sun's rays touched her skin, and for a moment, it felt like everything might be okay. But then something shifted. The earth beneath her feet trembled, just slightly, a deep, rumbling vibration that seemed to echo through the very bones of the land. The air grew thick with a strange, oppressive heaviness, and Sarah felt it again. the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Her head whipped around, but the shore was empty. There was no one. Nothing. But she wasn't alone. The whispers returned, distant at first, like a faint breeze, but growing louder and louder with each passing second. The voices were not clear, not like they had been before, but they were there. They were coming from everywhere, seeping into the very air she breathed. "You cannot escape," the voices hissed, their words overlapping, their tone cold and unyielding. "You have awakened us. You have opened the gate. You cannot undo what has been done." Sarah's heart sank as the realization hit her. The lake had not just been waiting for a way to open the gate. It had been waiting for the right person, the right moment, the right vessel to carry out its will. And now that she had been chosen, she would never be free. The earth trembled again, more violently this time. The water in the lake rippled, even though there was no wind, no reason for the disturbance. The surface seemed to shimmer, as if it were alive, as if something were rising from the depths. Something old, something angry. Sarah's breath quickened. She turned, looking toward the water, her mind racing, trying to think of any way to escape, to break free from the curse's grip. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized the truth. There was no escape. The lake had claimed her, and the village, what remained of it, was forever bound to her. Her fingers trembled as she reached up to touch the mark on her arm, now barely visible but still there, faintly glowing in the dim light. She had thought that by leaving the lake, she could break free. She had been wrong. The curse had already embedded itself in her, deeper than the mark on her skin. It had seeped into her soul. "You cannot outrun your fate," the voices whispered again, their tone now mocking, taunting her. "The lake always claims what is its own." Sarah looked back toward the water, her eyes narrowing. She knew what she had to do. There was only one way to break the curse, only one way to stop the endless cycle of death and despair that had plagued the village. The mark on her arm, the key to unlocking the lake's dark power, had to be destroyed. But how? Her hands were shaking, her thoughts scattered. She couldn't let this continue. She couldn't allow the lake to claim more victims. But to destroy the curse, to sever the connection between herself and the lake, she would have to face it once more. She would have to dive back into the depths of the lake, into the heart of the curse. Sarah turned back to the water, her mind made up. She couldn't escape. There was no escaping the lake, no escaping the spirits that had been trapped for so long. But she could end it. She could put an end to the horror, once and for all. Taking a deep breath, she waded back into the cold, murky water, her body trembling but her resolve unshaken. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as though they were warning her. But she ignored them. She had no choice now. She had to finish what she had started. The lake was not done with her, but neither was she done with it. The water closed over Sarah's head, dragging her deeper into the abyss. The coldness seemed to penetrate every fiber of her being, as though the lake itself were trying to swallow her whole, pull her down into its depths, where she would become just another forgotten soul. Her breath quickened, and panic threatened to claw its way into her chest, but she pushed it down, focusing on the task at hand. The whispers surrounded her, filling the water with their mocking laughter. "You cannot escape," they hissed, their voices slithering like shadows through the murk. "You are ours now. The lake claims all who dare defy it." Sarah clenched her fists, fighting against the pull of the lake, fighting against the rising dread that threatened to drown her. She could hear the echoes of the village, the spirits of the lost calling out to her, their voices distorted by the water, desperate for release. The very air around her felt heavy, suffocating, as though the curse had seeped into every molecule of the lake, every drop of water that surrounded her. Her mind flashed to the mark on her arm, glowing faintly through the swirling water. It was her only weapon, her only hope. She could feel its power, still pulsing beneath her skin, and with every heartbeat, it seemed to grow stronger, more insistent. The lake's grip tightened, but she would not allow it to claim her. "You cannot destroy us," the voices whispered again, their tone growing more desperate, more frantic. "We are eternal." Sarah's eyes darted to the depths below her, where the shadows twisted and danced, where the creatures of the lake lurked in the darkness. She could feel their presence, could sense their hunger, their rage. But she was no longer afraid. She had seen the horrors of this place, faced the spirits of the dead, and now she would destroy the curse that had held them all captive for so long. She reached down to the mark on her arm, the burning sensation intensifying as she touched it. The power that had bound her to the lake pulsed in her veins, but she could feel something else beneath it. Something weak, something fragile, like a thread unraveling. She knew this was it. This was her moment. With all the strength she could muster, Sarah closed her eyes and focused on the mark. She concentrated, channeling every ounce of willpower she had left into her. She could feel the lake resisting, could feel the curse trying to tighten its hold on her, but she would not relent. "I will not let you win," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rushing water. "I will end this." Her breath caught in her throat as the mark began to burn brighter, hotter than it ever had before. The water around her seemed to ripple and churn, as though it were alive, reacting to the energy coursing through her. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as the power of the curse began to fracture, cracking beneath her will. And then, with a sudden, violent jolt, the mark exploded. The lake seemed to shudder, a deep, reverberating tremor running through the very depths. The water around Sarah seemed to tear apart, swirling in all directions, as though the fabric of reality itself were being ripped asunder. For a moment, everything went silent. The whispers, the voices, the cold, everything was gone. Then, in an instant, the lake erupted. The surface broke open with an ear-splitting crack, sending waves crashing outward in all directions. The once calm waters churned violently, the surface roiling with the force of the explosion. Sarah was tossed about like a rag doll, her body thrown violently against the water, the pressure of the explosion threatening to crush her. For a moment, she was submerged, the darkness enveloping her once more. But then she surfaced, gasping for air, her body racked with pain. She could barely see through the turmoil, the surface of the lake churning with dark, swirling shadows. Something was rising from the depths, something massive. Through the chaos, Sarah glimpsed it, a massive, writhing form emerging from the lake, its shape indistinct but undeniably powerful. The creature was not just a single entity. It was the lake itself, a manifestation of its ancient, cursed power. The spirits of the drowned village, those who had been trapped in the lake for centuries, were rising with it, their ghostly forms rising from the water, their eyes empty and dead. But the mark on Sarah's arm, though faded, still burned with a fierce light. She could feel the power of the curse unraveling, the threads of darkness snapping one by one. The creature thrashed, its form writhing in agony as the energy from the mark tore through the very essence of the curse. "No!" The voices screamed in unison, their wailing cry rising above the chaos. "You cannot do this." But it was too late. The creature let out a deafening roar as the last vestiges of its power were ripped away, torn apart by the force of the mark's destruction. The spirits shrieked in pain, their forms disintegrating into mist as the curse that had bound them was shattered. The water around Sarah seemed to calm, the violent thrashing ceasing as the last remnants of the creature and the spirits of the village vanished into the ether. And then there was silence. The lake, once a place of terror and death, now lay still and quiet. The surface was calm, as though nothing had ever disturbed it. The air around Sarah felt lighter, the oppressive weight that had crushed her soul now gone. But even as the immediate danger passed, Sarah could feel it. The lake was not truly free. It was never truly free. The curse, though broken for now, would one day rise again. She looked toward the shore, the place where she had first stepped into the water. It was peaceful now, but Sarah knew better. The curse might have been banished, for now, but it would always linger, always wait, just beneath the surface. And as she made her way back to the shore, her body battered and broken, she understood the price of her victory. The lake would never forget, and neither would she. As Sarah crawled onto the shore, her body heavy with exhaustion, she could still feel the faint remnants of the curse clinging to her. The weight of it had lessened, but it had not disappeared entirely. It was as though the lake's ancient power had been seared into her very soul, a mark that would never fade, no matter how far she ran. She lay on the rocky shore, gasping for breath, her eyes staring up at the sky. The sun was higher now, casting a soft golden light over the land. For a moment, it seemed as if the world had returned to normal, as if the horrors of the lake were nothing more than a distant nightmare. But deep down, Sarah knew the truth. The curse had not been broken entirely. It had only been momentarily thwarted, held at bay. The lake was too old, too powerful for one person to destroy it, no matter how much they fought. It was a force of nature, as unyielding as the tides, as inevitable as death itself. And she had just become another chapter in its endless, twisted history. Sarah turned her head, her gaze drawn once more to the water. The lake was calm now, the surface smooth as glass. The fog that had once clung to the shore was gone, and the trees surrounding the water seemed to sway in the gentle breeze. There was no sign of the monstrous creature that had risen from the depths, no hint of the spirits that had haunted her every step. But that didn't mean they were truly gone. Her fingers brushed against the mark on her arm once more, and she felt the faintest pulse of power, like a heartbeat beneath her skin. It was still there, buried deep, but it wasn't just a mark. It was a connection, a tether. The curse had latched onto her, and even though she had fought it, even though she had severed the creature from its anchor, it still had its claws in her. The lake still called to her. "You cannot escape," the voices whispered again, though this time they were not as loud. They were softer, more distant, like an echo. "You are bound to us, as we are bound to you." Sarah closed her eyes, trying to block out the sound of their whispers. She didn't have the strength to fight anymore. She had given everything to the lake, had sacrificed her sanity, her body, and her spirit in the hope of ending its reign of terror. But now, as she lay there, she realized the terrible truth. There was no end to it, no finality. The lake would never truly be free, and neither would she. With a weary sigh, Sarah pushed herself to her feet. Her body ached, every muscle screaming in protest, but she ignored it. She had no choice. She could not stay here, not where the lake could still feel her presence, could still pull at her soul. She needed to leave. She needed to escape. But as she took a step toward the trees, something caught her eye. A shadow flickered across the water's surface, too fast for her to fully register. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadow moved again, this time more clearly, rising from the depths of the lake. It was a figure, tall and thin, its features indistinct, but its presence unmistakable. The silhouette of a person who had not been there a moment ago. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she watched, frozen in place. The figure lingered just beneath the surface of the water, its form distorted by the ripples, but there was no mistaking it. It was waiting for her, watching her. The lake had not finished with her. It was calling her back. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, their voices blending together in a cacophony of despair. "Return to us," they cried. "You belong to us." Sarah took a shaky step backward, her heart pounding in her chest. She had to leave. She had to get away from this place, away from the lake, but her legs wouldn't move. The sight of the figure, its form rising from the water like a living shadow, rooted her to the spot. And then it spoke. Its voice was low, almost a growl, but familiar, a voice she had heard before, beneath the surface, in the darkest corners of her mind. "You cannot escape, Sarah," it said, its voice cold and hollow. "You are one of us now. You are forever bound to the lake." She gasped, her body trembling. She knew that voice. She knew that presence. It was the creature, the one that had been trapped beneath the water for centuries. the one that had driven the villagers to madness, the one she had tried to destroy. But now it was not a beast. It was a spirit, a specter, a twisted soul bound to the lake. She stepped back again, her heart racing. The creature's form slowly emerged from the water, its limbs impossibly long and thin, its body a grotesque reflection of the drowned villagers that had once lived here. It was both human and inhuman, a perfect blend of the curse and the lake. Its hollow eyes fixed on her, unblinking, unyielding. "You cannot leave," it repeated, its voice growing colder, sharper. "You are part of us now. You are part of the village." The water churned around it, ripples spreading outward like a wave. Sarah stumbled back, fear flooding her veins. She had thought it was over. She had thought she had won. But the creature was not alone. Behind it, the figures of the drowned villagers began to rise from the water, their faces twisted and contorted in silent screams. Their bodies, bloated and misshapen, drifted toward her like ghosts, their eyes empty, their souls trapped in eternal suffering. They were all bound to the lake, all of them, and now so was she. The creature raised its hand, and with it, the figures of the villagers followed. They moved toward Sarah, their bodies gliding effortlessly through the air, their hands reaching out, as though they were calling her back. "Join us," the creature whispered, its voice like ice. "Come back to the lake." Sarah's breath hitched in her throat, and for the first time, she felt the full weight of the curse. The lake had not just claimed the village, it had claimed her. The air around Sarah thickened, the atmosphere closing in as the figures of the drowned villagers drew nearer. Each movement of their grotesque forms felt like a pull against her very soul, their hands reaching out to claim her, to drag her into the depths once again. She could feel the weight of their eyes on her, cold, hollow eyes that had seen nothing but darkness for centuries. She took another step back, but her feet felt heavy, as if the ground beneath her was pulling her toward them. The whispers, now more like a chorus of wailing voices, reverberated through her mind, drowning out all other thoughts. "Come to us, come back to the water, join us forever." The creature, still standing at the forefront, its elongated limbs swaying unnaturally in the breeze, fixed its gaze on Sarah. Its eyes, black voids of nothingness, burned with an ancient, malevolent hunger. "You cannot fight this," it said, its voice low and mocking. "You have already given yourself to the lake. You are part of its curse. You always will be." Sarah's heart pounded in her chest, her breathing shallow as fear and panic overtook her. She knew what the creature meant. She had thought she could destroy the curse, thought she could sever her ties to the lake once and for all. But it was never that simple. The lake, its power, the curse, it had always been waiting for her, always drawn her in. Her skin crawled as the villagers' forms floated closer, their eyes locked on hers. Each one was a twisted reflection of a life that had once been, their faces distorted by death and time. They were not just spirits. They were the very essence of the lake's curse, the souls of the lost, trapped in a never-ending nightmare. And now they were coming for her. "You belong to us now," the creature said again, a chilling finality in its voice. "You cannot escape. Not now. Not ever." For a brief moment, Sarah felt a surge of hopelessness. There was no escape. She had fought so hard, had given everything to end this. But the lake had won. It always won. But then, something inside her snapped. She couldn't let them take her. She couldn't let this be the end. Not after everything she had endured, everything she had fought for. The curse was powerful, yes. It was ancient and vast, but Sarah was not going to let it swallow her whole. Not without a fight. Her hand instinctively reached for the mark on her arm, the one that had started all of this, the one that had bound her to the lake. It still burned beneath her skin, but it was no longer the mark of a prisoner. It was a symbol of defiance. It was hers, and she would use it to break the curse for good. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling but firm. "I won't be a part of you. Not anymore." The creature's eyes narrowed, its lips curling into a twisted, skeletal grin. You cannot fight fate, Sarah. You cannot fight what is inevitable. The villagers moved closer, their hands almost within reach, their hollow eyes filled with emptiness and rage. But Sarah stood her ground, her heart hammering in her chest. She could feel the weight of their presence, the cold, suffocating air, but she would not let them claim her. With a determined breath, she focused on the mark on her arm, concentrating on the power it held. It had given her the strength to survive before. It had shown her the truth of the curse. And now, it would be the key to destroying it. "I am not your prisoner," Sarah said, her voice rising with newfound strength. "I will never be." The water around her began to ripple, as if reacting to her words. The ground beneath her feet trembled, the earth shaking as the mark on her arm glowed with an intense, blinding light. The villagers recoiled, their forms disintegrating in the light's wake, their screams of fury filling the air. The creature snarled, its skeletal fingers twitching as it too began to dissolve under the force of the light. But it was not just the curse that was unraveling. It was the entire connection between Sarah and the lake, the tether that had bound her to this place for so long. With a final, powerful burst of energy, the mark on Sarah's arm exploded in a flash of white-hot light, sending shockwaves rippling through the lake. The very water seemed to shudder, the surface rippling and churning as the ancient power of the curse began to unravel completely. The figures of the villagers screamed as they dissolved into mist, their forms fading into nothingness. The creature's form twisted and writhed in the light, its terrifying presence breaking apart as the curse that had bound it was shattered. It let out a final, guttural roar, but it was no match for the power that Sarah now wielded. And then just like that, it was over. The lake stilled, the air cleared, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Sarah was free. She stood there, breathing heavily, her body trembling, the remnants of the curse still lingering in the air like smoke. But she knew deep down that it was finished. The lake had no more power over her. The curse was broken. The spirits had been freed, and she, Sarah, had survived. But as she gazed out over the now peaceful lake, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had been left undone. That the water, the lake, its very presence, still held some ancient, sleeping power, waiting to rise once more. She had broken the curse, yes. But the lake, she realized, would never truly be at peace. It was a place of darkness, a place of death, and though she had defeated it for now, it would always linger, waiting for the next fool to wander too close, to disturb its ancient slumber. And one day, perhaps, someone else would awaken the curse. Perhaps someone else would be drawn to the water, just as she had been. For now, though, Sarah could only walk away. She could leave this place and never look back, but the memories would haunt her forever. She had faced the lake's horrors. She had fought against the curse. She had survived. But the lake had always been there. It always would be. Sarah's breath trembled as she stood by the water's edge, feeling the faintest stir of the wind against her skin. The lake, once an oppressive force, now seemed almost serene. The oppressive fog had lifted, the air clear, and the once churning waters now lay still, as if they were in an uneasy slumber, awaiting the next misstep. Her body ached from the ordeal, her muscles sore, her mind battered by the horrors she had witnessed. But even though the immediate danger had passed, something still gnawed at her, deep in the pit of her stomach. A sensation she could not name, a feeling that something was still watching her from the depths, still waiting for her to lower her guard. Perhaps it was just the lingering effects of the curse, the deep trauma that came from surviving such an ancient and malevolent force. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not shake the feeling that the lake was not done with her. The mark on her arm was gone. She had felt its burn fade the moment the curse was shattered, but the faintest echo of its power remained within her, like the last flickering embers of a fire that had once consumed everything in its path. The connection between her and the lake had been severed, but the scars remained, physical, mental, and spiritual. She glanced at the horizon, the sun now beginning to dip beneath the trees. The peaceful appearance of the lake made her uneasy. It was too quiet, too still. Something wasn't right. She turned away, ready to leave the cursed shores behind her, but as she stepped away, a strange compulsion stopped her in her tracks. She felt an unexplainable pull, an invisible force tugging her back toward the water. Her legs felt heavy, as though the lake itself were reaching out to claim her once again. Sarah fought against it, shaking her head. No, not again. I'm free. I've ended this. But the pull was undeniable. It was as though the lake was a living entity, aware of her every move, watching her every step. It called to her, its whispers now faint but insistent in the back of her mind. You cannot leave. Not completely. She hesitated, her feet sinking into the soft earth beneath her. Her gaze shifted back to the water, where the ripples that had once signified the presence of the cursed spirits now seemed to swirl with a different energy, as though the lake itself was stirring from its slumber. The memories of the drowned villagers, the terror, the suffering, it all rushed back in a flash. The curse was broken, yes, but its remnants were still here, lingering in the very fabric of the water. The spirits of the lost could not truly be freed, could not truly be at peace. And perhaps she too was now part of that eternal cycle. The lake had claimed her, had marked her with its curse, and perhaps she had merely postponed her inevitable return. But she refused to accept that. She could not give in again. She would not become another lost soul to drift endlessly beneath the lake's surface. She took another step back, shaking the thoughts from her mind. It's over, she repeated to herself. I've broken the curse. I've won. But her victory felt hollow, empty. As she trudged toward the forest, her thoughts turned to the villagers, those whose lives had been claimed by the lake centuries ago. Their spirits had been trapped for so long, bound by the curse that had festered at the heart of this forsaken place. Had she truly freed them, or had she merely exchanged one torment for another? The very air around her seemed to echo with the voices of the past, and for a moment, she wondered if she had made a mistake, if breaking the curse had truly been the right thing to do. The forest loomed ahead, its towering trees casting long, distorted shadows across the ground. Sarah felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up as she approached the tree line. There was a presence here, in the shadows, something watching her. It was the lake's lingering malice, a remnant of the dark force that had once claimed it. But now the evil seemed less overt, less violent. It was subtle, insidious, like a whisper carried on the wind. You cannot escape, the voice murmured again, this time clearer, more distinct. You're part of us now. She stopped in her tracks, the words sending a chill down her spine. The voice was familiar, an echo of the creatures and spirits she had fought to free herself from. She whirled around, her eyes scanning the water, but there was nothing. No sign of movement, no sign of the creature, the villagers, or the curse that had once threatened to devour her. Just the stillness of the lake, stretching endlessly before her. But that didn't mean it was over. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the trees. Sarah's heart stopped in her chest as she recognized the silhouette. A tall, gaunt figure, its outline warped by the fading light. The person was not alive. The figure was pale and discolored, a vision of one of the drowned villagers, the features indistinct, as if they were submerged in water. The spirit stepped closer, moving slowly with deliberate, fluid motions. It was one of the cursed, and it was looking directly at her. Sarah instinctively backed away, her pulse quickening. Her legs felt unsteady beneath her, but she could not run. Not now. The figure's presence was magnetic, like an unseen force pulling her toward it, like the water that had once claimed her. Her mind raced, but the terror was too overwhelming. She had just escaped the lake. She had destroyed the curse, and yet here it was again, standing before her, just as it had stood in the water, waiting to claim her once more. The figure's mouth opened, its lips moving with a grotesque slowness. The words it spoke were a low, rasping whisper, a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the water. "You cannot break the curse." Sarah's eyes widened in horror. The lake's curse had not been destroyed, it had only been delayed. The spirits had not been freed. They had been waiting for her to leave, waiting for her to lower her guard. And now that she had, it was ready to reclaim her. The figure took another step forward, its form becoming clearer as the light faded around it. It was no longer a vision of a human being. It was something else, a thing that had once been human, but was now a twisted shadow of the past. The water that had consumed it still clung to its body, and Sarah realized, with a cold shiver, that the lake had never truly let go. Her pulse raced. No, I won't let it happen again. I won't become part of its twisted cycle. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what came next. She had fought the lake's power before, and she could do it again. She couldn't allow herself to be taken, to be dragged into the dark abyss once more. She had broken the curse once, and she would do it again. Her hand shot to her side, her fingers wrapping around the small, cold stone she had taken from the lake bed. The stone that had once belonged to the villagers, the one that had been infused with their pain, their fear, and their curse. It still carried the faintest pulse of the lake's power, and she knew that it could be her weapon against whatever was left of this hellish place. "You won't win," she whispered to the figure, her voice trembling but resolute. The figure's eyes, dark and empty, fixed on her, and Sarah could feel the full weight of its malevolent gaze. The creature opened its mouth again, its voice cold and lifeless. "You are one of us," and with that it lunged. Sarah's heart thundered in her chest as the figure lunged toward her, its skeletal hands reaching out with inhuman speed. Her body moved on instinct, her legs carrying her backward with a speed that belied her fear. But she couldn't outrun it. No matter how fast she moved, the figure was gaining, its hollow eyes burning with an insatiable hunger. She clenched the stone in her hand, its cold surface biting into her skin as she desperately searched for a way to fight back. There was no time to think, no time to reason. The lake's curse had been defeated once, but it was still here, lingering like a shadow that refused to fade. And now, that shadow was closing in on her once more. The figure was almost upon her, its outstretched hand mere inches from her shoulder. The smell of decay and stagnant water filled the air, and Sarah could hear the sound of water sloshing in the distance, as if the very earth around her was alive with the power of the lake. She had to act now. With a cry of determination, she raised the stone high above her head and slammed it into the figure's chest. The impact was deafening. For a moment, nothing happened. The figure paused, its empty eyes widening in surprise. But then, with an ear-piercing shriek, it convulsed, its body trembling violently. A dark, watery mist began to pour from the cracks in its skin, its form warping and twisting in agony. The ground beneath Sarah's feet trembled as the power of the curse surged, the lake's influence fighting back. But Sarah refused to let it take her. She pressed the stone harder, forcing it deeper into the figure's chest. The mist thickened, and with a sound like the rending of the very earth, the figure exploded in a burst of dark water, its body disintegrating into nothingness. The force of the explosion sent Sarah tumbling backward, her body slamming into the cold ground. For a moment, everything was still. The air was thick with the remnants of the curse, the lingering echo of its malevolent power, but the figure was gone. The lake's influence had been repelled, temporarily at least. She lay there, gasping for breath, her body aching from the strain of the struggle. But it wasn't over. Even as she struggled to stand, Sarah felt the pull again, the same force that had drawn her toward the lake's edge earlier. The very ground beneath her seemed to vibrate with the pulse of the water, as though the lake were alive, its heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. She looked around in horror, realizing that the curse had not been completely severed. The lake was reaching for her again. The villagers, the spirits, they were all still there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to strike. "It's not over," she whispered to herself, her voice hoarse with the weight of the truth. "It will never be over." The lake had a way of surviving, of returning when it was least expected. She had broken the curse, yes, but there was something deeper, something darker within the lake, something that no one could truly understand. The spirits were not gone. They had merely been driven back, their torment put on hold. But for how long? Her hand still clutched the stone, the only weapon she had left against the lake's curse. And yet, in the back of her mind, she knew that the stone alone would not be enough. It had power, but not nearly enough to banish the lake forever. The spirits would rise again, the curse would return, and the cycle would begin anew. Sarah had been a part of it, a part of the lake's twisted story, and no matter how far she ran, it would always follow her. She had a choice to make. She could leave, she could walk away from the lake, but that would not end the horror. The spirits would continue to haunt the waters, and one day, someone else would come, drawn to the lake by the same ancient force that had taken so many before. Or she could face it, confront the lake in its very heart, and end the curse for good. "I can't run anymore," she murmured, her voice a whisper lost in the winds. "I have to finish this, once and for all." With a sense of resolve, Sarah stood up, her legs shaking beneath her. The ground still trembled, the lake still pulsed with an ancient power. But she couldn't afford to hesitate. Not now. Her eyes darted toward the dark waters, where the cursed spirits still lingered, waiting for the moment when they would rise again. She knew that the key to ending the curse was not just in the stone, but in the heart of the lake itself, the source of its power, the source of its torment. She had to go back. She had to dive into the depths of the lake and confront whatever lay beneath. The thought terrified her. The water was not just water anymore. It was a living thing, a dark force that had claimed so many before her. It had a will, a hunger, and she was walking straight into its maw. But she had no other choice. If she did not act now, if she did not confront whatever lay at the bottom of that lake, it would never stop. The curse would never be broken. The spirits would never find peace. Sarah took a deep breath, the weight of her decision settling over her like a heavy cloak. She had to face the lake's heart. She had to go deeper than anyone ever had before. She had to face the source of its dark power. And if she did not, if she failed, then everything she had fought for, everything she had endured, would be for nothing. She turned toward the lake, its surface now as smooth as glass. The reflection of the trees and the sky above her seemed distorted, as if the water itself were a mirror of a world just out of reach. Her heart pounded in her chest as she waded into the water, the coldness biting at her skin, the weight of her decision settling over her like a fog. Each step felt heavier, each movement slower, as if the lake were resisting her progress. But she kept going, the water rising around her legs, her chest, until she was waist deep in the dark, cold waters. She could feel the lake's power intensifying, could sense the spirits watching her, waiting. She could almost hear them whispering, their voices soft and haunting. "You cannot escape," they murmured. "You are one of us." Her heart beat faster, her breath coming in short gasps, but she did not falter. She kept moving forward, deeper and deeper into the lake, the pressure building around her, the water seeming to close in like a thick blanket. And then, as she reached the deepest part, something caught her eye. At the very bottom of the lake, barely visible through the murky water, was a shape, dark and indistinct, but unmistakably there. The source of the curse, the heart of the lake, and it was waiting for her. The shape at the bottom of the lake was nothing like anything Sarah had ever seen before. It was dark, darker than the surrounding water, as though it absorbed the light itself. A mass of twisted, tangled roots, interwoven with the bones of something ancient, something otherworldly. The water around it swirled unnaturally, as if it were alive, reacting to her presence, drawing her in. Her body trembled in the cold water, her skin pricking with a chilling sense of dread. The sensation was overwhelming, as though every fiber of her being was screaming at her to turn back, to run from the horrors that waited below. But Sarah could not run. Not anymore. She had come this far. She had already faced the spirits, the creatures of the lake. Now she had to confront its true heart, its very source. She sank deeper into the water, her eyes fixed on the shape below her, watching as it seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie glow. The closer she got, the more the oppressive feeling grew. The air around her became heavier, as though the very water was pressing down on her chest, trying to suffocate her. Each breath she took was labored, as though the lake itself were trying to drown her before she could even reach the source. But she pushed forward, determined to face whatever lay beneath the surface. As she descended, her hands still gripped the stone tightly. It was the only weapon she had left, the only connection she had to the land above. She had thought it would be enough to break the curse, to shatter the spirit's hold on the lake. But now she realized that the stone was just a fragment, a piece of something far greater, something older than she could comprehend. She reached the bottom. Her feet touched something soft, like sand, but it was not sand. It was something else, slimy, wet, and alive. The sensation sent a shiver up her spine, her stomach twisting with nausea. She forced herself to stand, her legs unsteady beneath her, as her eyes slowly took in the twisted roots and ancient bones that sprawled across the lake's bed. There was no telling how long they had been here, centuries, perhaps longer, decaying, festering, waiting. And at the center of it all, surrounded by the roots, was the heart of the curse. A dark, pulsing stone. It was larger than the stone she had held, covered in intricate markings and veins of black, oozing liquid. It seemed to hum with an ancient power, as though it were alive, breathing in the darkness of the water. The air around it was thick, heavy with the oppressive weight of its power. Sarah felt her pulse quicken as she reached toward it. Her hand hesitated just before touching the surface, her mind screaming at her to turn away. She could feel the lake's power thrumming in her chest, trying to pull her in, trying to consume her. The stone before her seemed to beckon, calling to her with a voice that was not heard, but felt deep within her soul. Come closer, it seemed to whisper, its voice like 100 voices, 1,000 voices, all speaking at once. But Sarah was not about to fall prey to its call. She had come too far, fought too hard to let this ancient evil claim her now. She clenched her teeth and reached forward, grabbing the stone with both hands. The moment her fingers made contact, the water around her seemed to erupt, swirling violently as the stone pulsed with a blinding light. The lake trembled beneath her feet, the roots shifting and writhing like serpents. The air crackled with energy as the power of the curse surged, trying to break free. Sarah's heart raced, her body shaking as the stone's power filled her, its energy coursing through her veins. It was too much. She could feel it, a dark force threatening to consume her entirely. But Sarah did not let go. She couldn't. The lake roared, a deafening sound that rattled her bones. The water around her surged, pulling at her legs, trying to drag her down into the abyss. Her vision blurred as the force of the lake's power overwhelmed her. She could feel her body weakening, her strength waning. The stone in her hands seemed to grow heavier with each passing second, its dark energy pressing against her, suffocating her. She thought of everything she had endured, the terror, the suffering, the spirits who had been trapped in the lake for centuries. She thought of the people who had drowned, the villagers who had been lost to the curse. All of them had suffered because of this dark power. And now, it was her turn to end it. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Sarah raised the stone high above her head, the light from its surface growing blindingly bright. The lake seemed to roar in fury, its currents thrashing violently around her. But she would not stop. She could not stop. "I will end this," she whispered, her voice shaking with the weight of her words. "This ends now." With a final, desperate cry, she slammed the stone down into the dark heart of the lake. The impact was deafening. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness. And then, the lake began to scream. The scream that erupted from the lake was unlike anything Sarah had ever heard. It was a primal, otherworldly sound that seemed to reverberate through the very core of the earth, shaking the ground beneath her feet. The water around her began to churn violently, the once calm surface of the lake now an angry, seething mass of dark, writhing waves. The pulse of the stone in her hands grew stronger, faster, almost as if it were alive, struggling against her grasp. The energy that surged through her was overwhelming, her body trembling with the intensity of it. The water whipped around her, colder now, biting into her skin like thousands of needles. The very air was charged with static, and she felt as though she were standing at the precipice of something vast, something unfathomable. But she held firm. Her fingers were locked around the stone, her grip tightening despite the pain and the terror that threatened to overwhelm her. She had come this far. She couldn't turn back now. The scream from the lake grew louder, more intense. It was the sound of the curse itself, of the lake's ancient power being disturbed. The spirits of the villagers, those who had been lost to the depths, seemed to rise in unison, their voices mingling with the roar of the water, their angry wails echoing in her mind. "You should not have come," they whispered, their voices a chorus of despair. "You cannot destroy us." But Sarah refused to listen. She focused on the stone, the dark energy that coursed through it, the heartbeat of the lake that seemed to echo in her chest. She could feel its power trying to corrupt her, trying to bend her will, to pull her under into the depths of the curse. She could feel the spirits clawing at her, their cold fingers brushing against her skin, their hollow eyes staring into her soul. "This ends now," she whispered to herself, her voice steady despite the fear that threatened to choke her. "I will stop this." She raised the stone higher, her body trembling under the weight of the curse that fought to keep its grip on her. The lake was pushing back with everything it had, but she could feel the stone's power fighting it, pushing it away. The light from the stone flared brighter, brighter than anything she had ever seen. It was as though the sun itself had ignited beneath the water, burning away the darkness, searing the very air with its heat. And then, with a deafening crack, the stone shattered. The lake exploded. The explosion of light and sound was so intense that Sarah was thrown back, her body flung against the cold rocks at the edge of the lake. Her chest heaved as she gasped for air, the shock of the blast still reverberating through her bones. The lake seemed to pulse for a moment, its surface now calm, eerily still. The roar of the curse had ceased, replaced by an overwhelming silence that felt unnatural, oppressive. Sarah struggled to her feet, her body aching from the force of the explosion. She was drenched, her clothes clinging to her skin as she staggered to the water's edge. Her heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Had she done it? Had she truly ended the curse? She turned to look at the lake, her eyes scanning its surface. For a moment, there was nothing, just the vast expanse of dark water stretching out before her. No spirits, no figures, no signs of the torment that had once thrived within. The air felt lighter somehow, as though a weight had been lifted. But the feeling didn't last. The water began to stir. At first, it was barely noticeable, a ripple, a gentle disturbance on the surface. But it grew slowly at first, then faster, until the lake seemed to writhe, its waters churning once more. The once still surface began to shift, twisting and swirling in unnatural patterns, as if the lake itself were waking from a long, troubled sleep. A dark shape emerged from the water. Sarah's heart skipped a beat as she watched, wide-eyed, as the figure rose from the depths. It was tall, its body a twisted, skeletal silhouette, its hands long and gnarled, reaching upward toward the sky. Its face was obscured, but Sarah could feel its eyes on her, burning with an ancient, malevolent force. The spirits had returned, but this time something was different. The figure that rose from the water did not seem to be one of the lost villagers. It was something else, something older, something more powerful. The darkness around it was palpable, a living, breathing entity that seemed to devour the very light around it. It moved with purpose, its steps slow and deliberate, as though it had waited for this moment, for Sarah to finally awaken it. And it was coming for her. Sarah stumbled backward, her heart hammering in her chest. The lake was alive again, and with it, the curse. The spirits, the entities bound to the water, they were not gone. They had been awakened, freed from the stone, from the heart of the lake. This was not over. She turned and ran. The figure's shadow stretched out behind it, its form growing larger with every passing second. The water rippled around it like a storm, the surface churning and boiling as it advanced. Sarah's legs burned with exertion as she sprinted along the shore, the darkness closing in on her, the weight of the curse too heavy to escape. She couldn't outrun it. Not this time. Her foot slipped on a loose rock, and she tumbled to the ground, her body crashing against the cold earth. Pain shot through her limbs as she tried to scramble to her feet, but before she could rise, she felt a cold hand grip her ankle, pulling her back. A scream tore from her throat as the figure loomed over her, its hollow eyes staring down at her with an unholy hunger. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, dripping with dark water. Sarah reached for the stone, her fingers brushing against the remnants of its shattered surface. But it was too late. The figure's grip tightened, its fingers like iron, crushing her in its cold embrace. The water swirled around her, pulling her into its depths. This time, there would be no escape. The darkness of the water enveloped Sarah as the figure's grip tightened around her ankle, its skeletal fingers dragging her toward the abyss. She could feel the coldness seep into her skin, sinking deeper into her bones, numbing her entire body. The lake's power was too much, overwhelming her senses, drowning out her thoughts. The spirits of the lost villagers screamed in her ears, their voices blending with the roar of the water, their wails growing louder, more desperate. "You cannot escape," they whispered. "You belong to us now." Her heart raced as she fought against the pull of the water, her body thrashing in the cold grip of the curse. She tried to kick free, to break the figure's hold, but it was as if the lake itself had claimed her. She was being dragged down into the depths, to join the others who had been lost to this cursed place. But then, something inside her snapped. Sarah refused to give in. She had already fought too long, endured too much. She had come too far to be dragged into the lake's depths, to become yet another lost soul. With a burst of strength, she tore herself free from the figure's grip, her hands slipping over the slick, wet rocks beneath her. She gasped for air as she struggled to keep herself above the surface, her body trembling from exhaustion, from the cold, from the weight of the curse that still clung to her. The figure, however, was relentless. It reached out again, its skeletal hand grasping for her, its cold fingers brushing against her skin. The water around her began to swirl once more, its depths pulling at her, threatening to drag her under. But Sarah had one last chance. She reached for the shattered remains of the stone, now scattered on the shore. The fragments were small, but she could feel the remnants of the stone's power still thrumming, faint but present. She could sense the energy that had once been so overwhelming, the ancient power that had bound the curse to the lake. It wasn't enough to destroy the curse entirely, but maybe, just maybe, it could weaken the figure, delay its return. Sarah grabbed one of the largest fragments and pressed it to her chest. The stone flared with a dim, ghostly light, and the water around her seemed to recoil, as though it were afraid of the power she now held. The figure hesitated, its form flickering, as if it were unsure of what to do. "You cannot banish me," the figure hissed, its voice low and cold. "I am the curse. I am the lake. You are nothing." But Sarah did not listen. She pressed the stone harder against her chest, closing her eyes, focusing on the energy within it. The power of the stone was fading, but there was still something there, something that could disrupt the curse, weaken its hold. She reached deep within herself, summoning every ounce of willpower she had left. She would not become part of this curse. She would not allow it to consume her. With a final, desperate cry, she thrust the stone forward, sending the energy inside it pulsing through the water. The lake seemed to shudder, its waters vibrating with a violent tremor. The figure recoiled, its form flickering as if it were being torn apart by the energy that radiated from the stone. The spirits, too, seemed to wail in agony, their voices merging into a single, deafening scream as the curse was pushed back, forced into retreat. But the lake was not done. The figure's form cracked, breaking apart like brittle glass, but the energy from the stone was weakening. Sarah's strength was fading, her body growing numb from the cold and exhaustion. She could feel herself being pulled under once again, the darkness of the water surrounding her, pulling her toward the depths. The lake's power was too great, too ancient. But as the figure dissolved, its form disintegrating into the darkness, something shifted in the water. The whispers began to fade. The pulse of the lake's heart grew slower, weaker, as if the ancient force that had once held it in thrall was beginning to lose its grip. And then the water stilled. The lake fell silent. For a moment, Sarah's heart raced in the quiet, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The oppressive weight of the curse was gone, replaced by an eerie calm that seemed almost unnatural. The figure had vanished, its presence no longer pressing down on her. The spirits, too, had faded, their voices silenced by the power she had released. She didn't know how long she lay there, in the cold water, her body trembling, her mind hazy with exhaustion. But eventually, she managed to push herself to her feet. The lake was still, the surface smooth as glass. The night was dark, but the heavy clouds that had once blocked out the stars seemed to have parted, letting a sliver of moonlight shine through. For the first time, she could see the lake for what it truly was, not just a cursed place, but a place of ancient power. The water shimmered in the pale light, reflecting the sky above as if nothing had ever happened. But Sarah knew better. She knew that this was just the beginning. The lake might have fallen silent, but she could still feel its heartbeat, faint but present beneath the surface. The curse had been repelled, but not destroyed. The spirits had been pushed back, but they were not gone. And Sarah had come to realize that the true battle was not over. The lake would never truly let go, and neither would she. Sarah's legs wobbled beneath her, her body fatigued and battered from the ordeal. But as she stood in the still waters of the lake, she felt an unsettling unease creep up her spine. The moonlight, although serene, cast long shadows over the water, and she couldn't shake the sensation that something was still watching her. Even now, as the lake seemed to be at peace, the silence that surrounded her felt more like a warning than a resolution. She reached down to touch the cold stone fragment still clenched in her hand. The pulse it once emitted was gone, leaving only the faintest trace of its former energy. But something lingered, something still alive within it. The remnants of the curse had not been entirely eradicated. The spirits may have been silent, but their presence had been imprinted on the lake, embedded in the water and the land waiting. She stumbled toward the shore, her breath shallow and rapid, as if she had been holding her life in her lungs this whole time, afraid to exhale, afraid to acknowledge what the lake had taken from her. As she stepped onto solid ground, the familiar weight of the world returned, but it felt more suffocating than before. Sarah collapsed onto the muddy earth, her eyes fixed on the still water. A sickening realization crept in. This lake, its ancient curse, its hungry spirits, they were never meant to be tamed, never meant to be destroyed. The curse had been woven into the very fabric of the land, entwined with the spirits of those long dead. It had existed before the village had even been built, before the lake had swallowed everything in its path. She looked down at the stone fragment once more, her fingers tightening around it. She had thought that by breaking the stone, by shattering its power, she would free the lake, rid it of its curse. But now, she wondered if that was even possible. Perhaps the curse had never truly been bound to the stone. Perhaps the stone had only been a vessel, an anchor, a guide. The curse was not something that could simply be broken or destroyed. It was something that lived and breathed within the lake itself. A sudden chill crept down her spine, and Sarah snapped her head back toward the water. The silence that had settled over the lake now felt oppressive, as though it were waiting, holding its breath. She didn't know how much time had passed, minutes, hours, it hardly mattered. All she knew was that she had to leave, had to get away before the lake could pull her back in. But as she took a step, something caught her eye. Something in the water, a reflection, a figure. It was faint at first, a shadow beneath the surface. But as Sarah squinted, the figure became clearer. It was a person, or something resembling a person. A woman, her face obscured by the water, her form shimmering in the moonlight. She seemed to be standing, but the water didn't move around her. Her body was still, as if frozen in time. Sarah's breath hitched in her throat. She knew this figure. It was the woman she had seen earlier in the lake. The one who had beckoned her. The spirit. But now she wasn't alone. All around the woman, shadows danced, flickered, and twisted like serpents, rising from the depths of the lake. Dozens of them, spirits, all of them, emerged slowly from the water, their ghostly forms drifting toward the shore. A wave of dread washed over Sarah as she realized the spirits were not leaving. They were not trapped, not banished. They were awakening, and they were angry. The woman in the water smiled, her face still hidden beneath a veil of dark hair, her lips twisted into a cruel grin. Her eyes, Sarah could feel them, were cold, empty, hollow. She had seen them before, but now they seemed even more intense, more dangerous. She could see the hunger, the eternal yearning for freedom that these spirits harbored. They had waited too long. They had suffered for too long. "You think you've stopped it," the woman's voice whispered, though her lips did not move. "But you haven't. You can never stop it." The spirits began to rise from the water, their forms becoming clearer, their faces etched with the anguish of centuries spent trapped beneath the lake's surface. The water around them rippled, their movements smooth and unnerving, like creatures from a forgotten nightmare. Their eyes locked on Sarah, burning with malice, with a hunger that could never be sated. Sarah felt her pulse quicken, her legs trembling beneath her. She had thought she had defeated them. She had thought she had ended the curse. But now she understood. The curse could never be broken. It could only be delayed. And the spirits had come to claim what was theirs. "You are one of us now," the woman whispered again, her voice a low hiss. "You will never leave. You will never escape." The lake began to churn once more, the water rippling with unnatural force, as if the spirits themselves were rising from the depths, pulling themselves free from their watery prison. The once calm shore was now alive with the energy of the cursed souls, each one tethered to the water, each one a manifestation of the lake's eternal rage. But this time, Sarah would not give in. She could not. She had come this far, had fought so hard. She had to fight for her life now. She turned and ran, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath ragged. The spirits followed, their cold whispers chasing her, their ghostly hands reaching for her, trying to drag her back into the water. But Sarah refused to look back. She could feel their presence, the cold, oppressive weight of their spirits, but she ran faster, her body fueled by the sheer will to survive. Her lungs burned as she sprinted up the rocky shore, the sound of water crashing against the rocks growing louder behind her. But as she reached the forest edge, she saw something that stopped her in her tracks. A figure standing at the edge of the woods. A man, his face obscured by a hood. She froze, her body tensing with both fear and confusion. Was it another spirit? Another trap? But then the figure stepped forward, his face emerging from the shadows. It was a man, his features rugged and familiar. It was Alex. She couldn't believe it. How had he found her? "Sarah," he called out, his voice urgent. "You have to get out of here. Now." Her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe he was here. He shouldn't be. He was supposed to be lost. But there was no time to question it. She turned and ran toward him, her legs carrying her through the darkened forest, away from the lake, away from the curse that still loomed behind her. And as she ran, she felt the lake's pull grow weaker, its spirits fading into the distance. For the first time, she allowed herself to hope that maybe, just maybe, she had escaped. As Sarah sprinted through the forest, Alex's presence seemed to give her an unexpected surge of strength. His figure, though still distant, felt like a lifeline pulling her towards safety. She didn't dare look back toward the lake, toward the cursed water that had nearly consumed her. The memory of the spirits still haunted her, their hollow eyes, their endless hunger. She could still hear their whispers in the back of her mind, but she forced them down, focusing only on the present. The cold night air bit at her skin as she ran, the ground beneath her feet uneven and treacherous. Her body ached from the exertion, but she pushed forward, driven by an instinct to survive, to escape the horrors that had plagued her for so long. "Sarah!" Alex's voice called out again, sharper this time. "Stay with me. We're almost there." She reached him, her breath coming in desperate gasps as she stumbled to a stop. Alex turned to face her, his eyes wide with concern. There was something strange about his expression, something off. His clothes were torn, as though he had been through his own ordeal, but he was alive. She had been sure that he was lost to the lake, drowned like the others. Yet here he was, standing before her, and she felt a strange mix of relief and confusion. "Alex, how did you?" Her voice trailed off as she took in his appearance, her mind racing. "I've been looking for you," he said, his voice tense. "But we don't have much time. The spirits, the curse, it's not over. We need to leave. Now." His words hit her like a punch to the stomach. She had hoped, so desperately hoped, that escaping the lake meant leaving the curse behind, that she was free. But Alex's warning felt like a cold reality settling in her chest. I thought it was over," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "I thought I had stopped it." Alex shook his head grimly, his eyes scanning the dark forest around them. "No, the lake is still tied to the land, to the spirits. It's never truly gone. They're still watching. Always." She felt the weight of his words, a knot tightening in her stomach. The lake wasn't done with her. It wasn't done with anyone. It would always be there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the next soul to come along, to disturb its cursed waters. "But how? How are you here?" "I thought you were." She didn't want to finish the sentence. The memory of Alex's disappearance, the panic that had filled her when she thought he was lost forever, still lingered like a shadow. Alex looked away for a moment, as though struggling with something he wasn't ready to reveal. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, more hesitant. "I never went into the lake. Not completely. I was on the shore when you went down. I saw everything, but I couldn't reach you. I tried to find a way to help, but the spirits, they were so strong. I don't know how you made it out, but I knew you would somehow. I knew you'd find a way." The admission sent a cold shiver down Sarah's spine. She had been so sure that Alex was gone, that the curse had claimed him just as it had claimed the village. But his words raised more questions than they answered. If he had been so close, why had he not helped her sooner? Why had he waited so long? Before she could voice her thoughts, Alex stepped forward, his eyes filled with urgency. "We don't have time to talk about this. The lake, it knows. It's already aware that we've left. It won't stop coming after us." Sarah nodded, her heart pounding once more as she realized the full extent of their peril. The lake had not released its grip on them, not on her, not on Alex. They were both still bound to it, whether they liked it or not. "Where do we go?" she asked, her voice steady despite the terror clawing at her insides. She couldn't allow herself to break down. Not now, not when they were so close to escaping the nightmare. "Follow me," Alex said, turning on his heel and heading into the dense woods. "There's a cabin not far from here. It's safe for now. We need to regroup, figure out what to do next." Sarah followed without hesitation, her legs heavy with exhaustion, but her resolve firmer than ever. The spirits, the curse, they were not done with her. But neither was she. She had come too far to let it all end here. As they moved deeper into the woods, the night seemed to close in around them, the trees casting long shadows, the air thick with the weight of an ancient, unseen force. The sounds of the forest, distant animals, the rustle of leaves, seemed muted, as if the world itself were holding its breath. They walked for what felt like hours, though Sarah couldn't tell if time was moving normally, or if it had become another thing twisted by the curse. The silence between them was heavy, filled with questions neither of them had the strength to ask. What had really happened to the village? What was the truth behind the curse? And most importantly, how could they stop it? Finally, they reached the cabin. It was small, weathered, its wooden walls sagging slightly under the weight of age and neglect. A single light flickered dimly from the inside, and Sarah felt a strange sense of comfort in its warm glow. For a moment, it felt like safety, something she hadn't felt in so long. Alex pushed open the door, and Sarah followed him inside, her legs giving out as she entered the cabin. She collapsed into a chair near the fireplace, her body shivering despite the warmth of the fire that crackled inside. Alex moved around the small cabin, checking the windows and the door as though making sure they were safe. His movements were quick, purposeful, as though he were preparing for something. He didn't look at her, didn't speak, but Sarah could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands trembled as he lit a lantern on the table. "You need to rest," he said after a moment, though his voice was strained. "We both do." Sarah nodded, too exhausted to argue. She leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes, trying to gather her thoughts. But as she sat there, the weight of everything that had happened pressed down on her. The village, the curse, the spirits, the lake. None of it was over. She could feel it, deep in her bones. The lake had not released its grip on her. It was still out there, still watching, still waiting. And it wasn't done yet. The fire crackled softly, its warmth failing to reach the cold corners of Sarah's mind. Despite the cabin's inviting glow, the chill of the lake still lingered, a coldness that had settled deep into her soul. She could feel it, the pull, the dark whisper that still called to her, even now. It was a presence that never truly left, never truly let go. No matter how far she ran, no matter how many miles she put between herself and the water, it would always be there, just beneath the surface. Alex was busy, rifling through drawers and cabinets as if searching for something. His actions were quick but disjointed, as though he were desperately trying to find a way to fight back, to make things right. Sarah didn't have the energy to ask what he was looking for, but she couldn't stop her mind from racing. What had really happened to him? How had he survived the lake? And why had he waited so long to come after her? Her thoughts were interrupted as Alex turned to face her, his eyes shadowed with something darker than exhaustion. "We need to leave," he said quietly, his voice tight. "It's not safe here. The lake, it's following us." Sarah blinked, confused. "But we're far enough away, aren't we? We're miles from the shore." Alex shook his head slowly, his lips pressed into a thin line. "The lake is a curse. It's bound to the land, to this place. It doesn't stop. It can reach us anywhere." His voice dropped, the words heavy with something Sarah couldn't place. "The spirits, they never leave. They're part of this world now. They follow anyone who disturbs the balance." A shiver ran down Sarah's spine, and she instinctively looked toward the window. The woods outside were still and dark, the trees stretching into the horizon like gnarled fingers, their shapes impossible to define in the darkness. She felt something watching, waiting, lurking in the shadows. "They've been following us," Alex continued, his eyes distant, as if lost in some memory. "I've seen it before. I've lived through it before. The curse isn't something you can outrun. It's not just a force of nature, it's alive. It wants you." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean you've lived through it? Alex, what happened to you?" Her voice trembled, each word thick with dread. "What's going on?" He paused, his jaw tightening as if debating whether or not to reveal the truth. When he finally spoke, his voice was a bare whisper, laden with guilt and fear. Years ago, before the village was submerged, I came here with some friends. We were searching for the same thing you were, the truth, the mystery of the lake. But we weren't prepared. We didn't understand what we were dealing with. I thought I could help them. I thought I could protect them, but... He stopped, his gaze flicking to the fire as if trying to avoid her eyes. It's not something that can be fought. The spirits, they took them, all of them. One by one. Sarah's stomach twisted, her mind reeling from the implications. But you didn't go into the lake. You didn't. No, he interrupted, shaking his head. I didn't. I barely made it out. But the lake, the curse, it doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. It keeps pulling you back, dragging you in. I thought I was safe. I thought I could escape it. But it always finds a way. His words lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of his guilt and fear. Sarah felt the full weight of the situation pressed down on her chest, suffocating her. There was no escaping this. There was no running. The lake's curse was insidious, its reach far greater than anything she had imagined. She wanted to argue, wanted to believe that there was a way out, that there had to be some way to stop it. But deep down, she knew Alex was right. The lake wasn't just water. It was a force, ancient and unforgiving. And now she was part of it, marked by the spirits, tethered to the cursed land forever. Alex's voice broke through her thoughts. I don't know how much time we have. I thought we could stay here, wait it out. But the spirits, they're already here. Sarah's heart sank, and her eyes darted to the window once more. She could feel it now. The air was too still, the darkness too thick. The feeling of being watched, of something waiting, pressed down on her with crushing force. She was no longer just haunted by the spirits of the lake. Now they were here, in this cabin, in the woods. They had followed them. Her pulse quickened, and she stood, instinctively moving to the window. The night was silent, too silent. No animals, no sounds of wind, just a thick, oppressive quiet that seemed to close in around her. She peered into the darkened woods, her heart pounding in her ears. And then she saw it, a figure. It was standing at the edge of the woods, half hidden in the shadows, just beyond the light of the cabin. A woman pale and still, her long dark hair flowing around her like water. Her eyes, black and empty, stared back at Sarah with an intensity that made her blood run cold. No, Sarah whispered, taking a step back from the window. What's wrong? Alex asked, turning toward her, his face drawn with concern. Sarah didn't answer. She didn't need to. She knew the answer without saying a word. The spirit was here. It was watching them. And then the whispering began, low at first, like a faint murmur in the distance, but quickly growing louder, sharper. The voices of the spirits, calling from the depths, from the lake, from the very earth itself. They were angry, their cries reverberating through the walls, through the ground. You cannot escape. The voices filled the cabin, seeping into her mind, wrapping around her thoughts. She could feel them inside her head, their presence overwhelming, suffocating. Her vision blurred, her senses frayed, and all she could hear were the wails of the lost, the forgotten. Alex grabbed her arm, pulling her back from the window, his grip tight. We need to go. Now. Sarah snapped back to reality, her heart pounding in her chest. The spirits were here. They were closing in. The lake was pulling them back. Without thinking, Sarah turned and ran toward the door, her legs moving faster than she thought possible. She didn't care where she was going, just away from the voices, away from the spirits that had already claimed so many. The curse had found them again, and she couldn't let it claim her. Not yet. Alex was at her side, urging her to run faster, his hand firm on her arm as they pushed through the door and into the woods. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across their path. But the darkness of the forest was nothing compared to the fear that gripped her heart. She could hear the spirits now, close, their cries sharp and bitter, growing louder with each step. The lake was never truly far. It was always there, lurking, pulling at their souls, chasing them through the night. And as Sarah ran, she realized something. No matter how far they ran, no matter how many miles they put between themselves and the lake, they would never truly escape. The lake would always find them. The curse would always pull them back. The forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, the trees pressing in around them as they ran, their gnarled limbs like hands reaching out to grasp at Sarah's legs. The moonlight filtered through the canopy above, but it was barely enough to illuminate the path ahead. Every step she took felt like she was sinking deeper into the earth, pulled down by the weight of the curse, by the whispers of the spirits. The voices were still there, louder now, closer. They were no longer just whispers, but full, maddening cries that echoed in her ears, in her bones. "You cannot escape. You cannot escape." Sarah wanted to scream, to beg for it all to stop, but she couldn't. Her throat was dry, her breath ragged, as if something was pressing down on her chest, forcing the air from her lungs. Every part of her screamed to stop running, to give in, to let the spirits have her, to let the lake pull her under and end it all. But deep within her, there was still a flicker of defiance, a stubborn refusal to let them win. She couldn't let them win. Not yet. "Alex, what do we do?" she gasped, her legs threatening to give way beneath her as she glanced over at him. His face was pale, strained with effort, but his eyes were locked ahead, focused, determined. He didn't answer at first, and Sarah's stomach twisted with anxiety. Did he know something she didn't? Was there a way out of this nightmare, or had they both been doomed the moment they stepped near the lake? "There's a place," Alex finally said, his voice tight. "A place where the spirits can't reach us. But we have to get there before they catch up. The lake's influence stops there. It's the only place left where we'll be safe." Sarah's heart leapt at the thought of safety, of escape. The idea of a place where the curse couldn't follow seemed like a dream, too good to be true. But she had no choice but to follow him, to trust that he knew what he was doing. She had to. The forest around them seemed to close in, the trees growing thicker and more oppressive with each step. The shadows grew longer, and Sarah could feel the weight of the spirits pressing down on her, their voices reverberating in her skull. "You cannot escape." She clenched her fists, forcing the voices to the back of her mind, focusing only on the sound of her feet hitting the ground, on Alex's form ahead of her. His pace never faltered, his determination clear. He was leading them somewhere she had to believe would be their salvation. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something. A figure, a pale silhouette, barely visible in the darkness, but unmistakable in its form. A woman. She stood at the edge of the trees, watching them with hollow eyes, her figure gaunt and unmoving. Sarah's heart skipped a beat as she slowed, fear gripping her chest like a vice. The woman was there, in the forest with them, and Sarah could feel her eyes boring into her, could feel the coldness emanating from her like ice. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, but Sarah could sense its malevolent presence, like a dark stain that spread over everything. "Alex," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. She wanted to warn him, but she couldn't look away. The woman was still watching, waiting, her face hidden behind a curtain of hair. But Alex didn't respond. He was still moving forward, his steps quick and purposeful, and for a moment, Sarah wondered if he had seen the figure at all. Maybe he had learned to block it out, to ignore the spirits that haunted the land. Maybe he had accepted that this place was cursed, that there was no escaping it, no matter how hard they ran. "Alex?" Sarah's voice broke through her thoughts, her words sharp with panic. She reached out to grab his arm, but just as her hand brushed against him, he stumbled, his eyes widening in horror. He stopped, his face paling as he turned to look over his shoulder. The figure was no longer standing at the edge of the trees. She was closer now, just within reach, her pale skin glowing faintly in the moonlight. Sarah's breath caught in her throat, her body frozen as the woman's eyes, black, endless, void-like, locked onto hers. It was then that Sarah realized something terrifying. The woman wasn't alone. From the shadows of the trees, other figures emerged. Figures that had been hiding in the dark, waiting for the right moment. There were more of them now, pale and gaunt, their movements unnaturally slow, as though they were drifting on air. They circled them, cutting off any chance of escape. "You cannot escape." The voices came from all directions, overlapping, filling the air until Sarah's mind began to swim. The spirits weren't just haunting the lake anymore. They had followed them into the forest, into this place. They were closing in. Alex grabbed Sarah's arm, his grip fierce as he pulled her forward. "We have to move," he shouted, but it felt like they were trapped. The spirits were everywhere, surrounding them, their cold, accusing gazes searing through Sarah's skin. She tried to move, to run, but her legs wouldn't obey her. Fear had rooted her to the ground, the weight of the spirits pressing down on her, suffocating her. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. "You cannot escape." And then, through the oppressive fog of fear, she heard a sound. A distant rumble. Low at first, like thunder rolling in from far away, but growing louder, closer, until it shook the ground beneath her feet. The trees around them began to sway, their branches creaking in protest, and Sarah could feel the earth trembling as if something immense were stirring beneath it. The spirits paused for just a moment, their hollow eyes flicking toward the sound, their whispers dying down. The ground beneath them shifted. The trees shook, and then the earth cracked open. A fissure, deep and jagged, appeared in the ground before them, splitting the forest in two. From within the crack, something dark, something ancient began to rise. The water, black as midnight, it surged up from beneath the earth, spilling out in waves, pouring into the woods with the force of a dam breaking. The lake had come to claim them. "Run!" Alex shouted, pulling Sarah away from the growing chasm, but it was too late. The spirits weren't just chasing them anymore. The lake itself was here, crawling out of the ground, spreading its cursed waters across the land. Sarah felt the cold, clammy fingers of the lake's power wrap around her legs, pulling her down, dragging her toward the gaping maw of the earth. The spirits were closing in, their eyes fixed on her, and the water, endless, dark, suffocating, was rising fast. And in that moment, Sarah realized the horrifying truth. There was no escape. The water surged around Sarah's ankles, its coldness like a shock to her body. She stumbled, nearly losing her footing as the ground beneath her buckled and shifted with the pull of the lake. The fissure was widening, growing deeper, and the water was spilling from it like a dark flood, rushing toward them. The spirits had been waiting for this, Sarah realized. The curse, the power of the lake, it wasn't just a matter of tormenting the living. It was pulling everything into its abyss. Alex yanked her away from the rising water, his grip tight as he dragged her through the trees. They were running through the thickening woods, through the suffocating fog of spirits and water. But the ground was no longer stable. The earth itself seemed to buckle beneath their feet, as though it too was trying to drag them into the depths. "Keep moving," Alex shouted over his shoulder, but Sarah's legs were starting to give way. The fear, the weight of the spirits, the coldness of the water, it was too much. Her body felt heavy, like she was moving through molasses, each step a battle against something unseen. And then it happened. The ground beneath her gave way. She felt the shift in the earth before she saw it. The ground split open beneath her, a jagged crack swallowing everything in its path. Her scream was cut off as she fell, her body tumbling down into the darkness. The water engulfed her immediately. Cold, dark, suffocating. She gasped for air, but all she could breathe in was the lake. The water was everywhere, its force overwhelming, its pull inexorable. She was sinking, dragged down by the weight of the curse, down into the black abyss, surrounded by the souls of the forgotten, the damned. She fought it. She fought against the weight of the water, against the crushing pressure in her chest. Her lungs screamed for air, but it was as though the very water itself was choking her, filling her up, turning her inside out. Her limbs flailed, but the darkness only tightened its grip around her, pulling her deeper, farther from the surface. You cannot escape. The voices were there, echoing around her, in her ears, in her mind. The spirits, they were waiting. Her vision blurred as the water closed in around her, her body growing heavy, her muscles screaming with the effort to fight. But it was pointless. The weight of the water, the darkness of the lake, it was too much. And then she felt it. A hand. A cold, clammy hand that gripped her wrist, pulling her down, pulling her farther into the depths. No, not again. The hand was no longer just pulling her. It was dragging her, its grip like iron, its fingers digging into her skin as it dragged her toward something. Toward the bottom. "Alex!" She tried to scream, but her voice was lost in the cold water. Her body convulsed with fear, with a sense of hopelessness that felt too deep to escape. The spirits were here. The lake was here. It would never let her go. It had already claimed so many before her. It would claim her too. She tried to twist, tried to break free of the grip, but the hand only tightened. It wasn't just the spirits now. It was the lake itself. It was alive. It was hungry. And then a flash of movement. "Alex!" His face appeared above the water, his hand outstretched, his eyes wide with terror as he reached for her, pulling her toward the surface. But the hand that held her was stronger. It was relentless. And in that instant, she knew. She could see it now, the true depth of the curse. The lake wasn't just a place. It was an entity, an ancient force that existed beyond time, beyond reason. The spirits were its vessels, its servants. It wasn't just seeking vengeance on the living. It was consuming them, dragging them down into the deep. Alex's voice broke through the water's roar. "Sarah, hold on. I'll pull you up." But the more she fought, the harder the water fought back. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. The spirits had her now, the lake had her, and the weight of it all, its hunger, its thirst, pressed down on her until she could no longer think, no longer fight. She felt herself slipping away, her body growing numb. The cold was consuming her, wrapping itself around her heart, around her mind. It felt endless. She had no more strength to resist. She was sinking, and somewhere, deep in the darkness, she knew it was over. Her vision darkened, her eyes losing focus as she let go, as she surrendered to the pull of the lake. But just as everything seemed to slip away, just as the water claimed her fully, there was a jolt, a sudden tug that yanked her upward, dragging her back to the surface. Air. Sweet, blessed air. She gasped, choking on the water in her lungs, but it didn't matter. She was alive. She was breathing. She blinked rapidly, her eyes stinging as she struggled to stay afloat. Her body trembled violently, the cold of the water seeping into her bones, but she was alive. Alex's face hovered above her, his hands gripping her tightly as he pulled her toward the shore. "I've got you, Sarah. I've got you." She coughed violently, spitting out water as she gasped for air, her heart pounding in her chest. She could barely focus, her head spinning, the fear still tight in her chest. The voices, the spirits, they were still there, still pressing in on her. But for now they were distant. The lake had tried to claim her, had almost succeeded, but Alex had saved her. They reached the shore, the ground solid beneath them, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they were still being watched, still being hunted by the curse. The spirits were still out there. The lake was still out there. Alex helped her to her feet, his voice urgent. "We need to keep moving. We can't stay here. Not now." Sarah nodded weakly, still struggling to catch her breath. She could feel the weight of the curse, the weight of the lake, pressing in on her from all sides, but she couldn't stop. They couldn't stop. They had to keep moving, because she knew now there was no place that was truly safe. The curse would always find them. The lake would never let them go. The battle had just begun. The tremors of the earth continued beneath their feet, subtle but persistent. as though the land itself was still reeling from the lake's eruption. The ground was wet, slick with the dark water that had poured from the crack in the earth. Sarah's hands shook violently as she pushed herself upright, her legs weak beneath her, but she couldn't let herself collapse. Not yet. She glanced at Alex, who was still holding her, his face drawn with exhaustion, his eyes scanning the dark horizon with an urgency that sent a shiver down her spine. They had made it to the shore, but that was all. The spirits had followed them from the lake, and the land was no refuge. The curse had been awakened in full. "We can't stay here, Sarah," Alex urged, his voice tight with fear. "If we don't keep moving, they'll find us. We have to go to the old cabin. It's our only chance." The old cabin. Sarah's mind raced, but her body refused to cooperate. Her muscles ached from the cold, her chest still tight with the remnants of the water that had nearly drowned her. The weight of it all, the spirits, the lake, the curse, was pressing down on her, suffocating her. But there was no time for hesitation. She couldn't linger here. The water was still rising in the distance, still pouring from the cracks in the earth, and the spirits were closing in. She had no choice. Nodding weakly, Sarah allowed Alex to pull her toward the dense trees, toward the path that led to the old cabin, a place that, if Alex's words were true, had once been safe from the curse. But even as she followed him, every step felt like an uphill battle, every crack of the branches in the woods sending fresh waves of terror through her. The moon hung low in the sky, casting its pale light over the path ahead, but the shadows between the trees seemed darker now, deeper. Sarah could feel them, the spirits, moving just beyond her vision, their presence like a suffocating fog. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snap of a twig, felt like it could be their approach. The air was thick with whispers, the voices of the drowned, the lost. "You cannot escape." The words seemed to follow them, trailing them as they moved through the woods. Sarah wanted to close her ears to the voices, to block them out, but she couldn't. It felt as though the very air was vibrating with them. It felt as though she was being consumed by them, drawn deeper into the curse, like the lake was reaching up from beneath the ground to drag her back down. Alex pushed forward, his steps quick and determined, but Sarah couldn't match his pace. Her legs were giving out, each step harder than the last. Her body felt heavier with every breath, as though the weight of everything that had happened, everything that was still to come, was crushing her. "We're almost there," Alex said, glancing back at her. His eyes were wide with panic, but there was still determination there. "Just a little further, Sarah. We can do this." The cabin. It felt like a distant dream, a glimmer of hope that couldn't possibly be real. The cursed land, the spirits, the lake, could it really all end there? But Sarah knew that they couldn't be far from it now. The path was narrowing, the trees growing denser as they pressed on. The night air seemed colder, more oppressive. She shivered, not just from the cold, but from the dread that clung to her like a second skin. The water had been just the beginning. Whatever had been unleashed with the lake's return was far from over. Then there was a sound, a thud, a heavy, muffled sound, as if something was moving through the forest, something large, something heavy. The ground trembled beneath their feet again, but this time the tremors were stronger, louder. Alex froze. "Did you hear that?" Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She looked around, her eyes wide, trying to see through the shadows. The trees around them seemed to be bending, swaying unnaturally, as if the forest itself was alive. There was something wrong, something terribly wrong. The sound came again, closer this time. A heavy thudding, almost like footsteps, but too slow, too deliberate. And then another sound, a groan, deep and resonant, like the earth itself was groaning in pain. And then, through the trees, they saw it. The figure emerged slowly from the darkness, its shape towering and grotesque, its form barely discernible in the shadowy night. A shadow that stretched unnaturally long, bending like a twisted tree. It was a thing born of the lake's curse, a creature that seemed to be part human, part something else entirely. Sarah's stomach lurched at the sight of it, her heart hammering in her chest. The figure was covered in wet, slick flesh, its eyes glowing faintly, hollow and black. Its mouth, wide and stretched unnaturally, opened with a sound that was more of a hiss than a roar. It wasn't alone. As the figure lumbered forward, others followed. Shadows that had once been human, now twisted and monstrous, their forms writhing in the darkness. There were too many to count, too many for Sarah and Alex to escape. They were surrounded, trapped in a sea of spirits, in a nightmare that seemed to stretch on forever. "Alex?" Sarah gasped, fear flooding her veins. She wanted to run, to escape, but her legs were frozen. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. Alex, however, was already moving. His face was set with a grim determination as he yanked Sarah forward, his voice sharp as he urged her to follow him. "Run! Keep running!" he shouted, his grip tightening around her wrist. "We can't stop. Not now." But Sarah couldn't look away. The creatures were closing in. They were drawing closer with every step. The ground seemed to tremble beneath them, the lake's power crawling through the earth itself. The curse was alive, and it was hungry, and Sarah and Alex were its next prey. And then the world shifted. The ground beneath them cracked open again. A rift, wide and jagged, split the earth, swallowing everything in its path. Water surged up from the rift once more, but this time it was different. The water was not just flooding the ground. It was rising in the form of monstrous waves, surging toward them, dragging the creatures along with it. The lake had come for them, its anger, its hunger, its curse consuming everything in its path. Alex pushed Sarah forward, his voice frantic now. "We have to make it to the cabin. We have to." But before he could finish, the ground beneath their feet crumbled, and the waves of water crashed over them. The world around Sarah exploded in a chaotic rush of water, the waves crashing against her body with a brutal force that threw her off balance. Her vision blurred as the cold, murky water engulfed her again, pulling her beneath the surface before she could even take a breath. Panic seized her chest as she struggled against the current, her limbs flailing, but it was as though the very lake itself had become a living entity, alive with rage and intent to drag her down. She gasped, water flooding her mouth, her lungs aching for air. She tried to scream, but her voice was swallowed whole by the deep, dark abyss surrounding her. Her body was being pulled, sucked toward something far deeper, far darker than she could ever have imagined. No, a primal fear surged within her. She wasn't just drowning, she was being claimed by the lake, by the curse that had been awakened. The spirits, the ancient entities that had once been human, were dragging her down into their eternal prison. Through the fog of panic, Sarah felt something, someone grabbing her. Hands, cold and slick with water, pulling her back. "Sarah, hold on." Alex's voice came to her, strained and desperate. She could barely make out his face through the watery haze, but she clung to the sound of his voice like a lifeline. With everything she had left, Sarah fought to stay conscious, to stay above the water. She kicked her legs, using whatever strength remained to push herself upward. Alex was there, his arms tight around her, pulling her through the turbulent waters as though he too was fighting for his life. The water churned around them, the spirits' voices rising in a collective wail. They were closing in, moving faster, their whispers becoming louder and more desperate, their cold hands clawing at Sarah, pulling her under once again. "No," she gasped, her head breaking the surface once more, the sound of the waves crashing deafening in her ears. We need to." But her words were cut off by the sudden roar of the water. The lake was no longer just a passive force. It was angry, malicious, a force of nature intent on devouring everything in its path. The air grew colder, the darkness pressing in on them from all sides, and Sarah felt as though the world was closing in, suffocating her in the weight of its curse. Alex was struggling too, his hands shaking as they pushed against the water. "We need to get to the cabin," he said again, his voice hoarse. "It's our only chance." But even as he spoke, the lake seemed to respond, pushing back against them, trying to drag them under. It wasn't just water they were fighting now. It was the curse itself. The spirits, the vengeful souls of the drowned villagers, were everywhere, pulling, dragging, suffocating them. Just as the waves surged again, something shifted in the water. A shadow, something large and inhuman moving beneath the surface, just out of reach. Sarah's heart skipped a beat as she saw it. It was coming for them. A creature monstrous in size, covered in slick, waterlogged skin. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, black and empty, voids of malice. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth, hungry and unrelenting. It was one of them, one of the spirits that had once been human, now twisted by the curse, by the endless torment of the lake. And it wasn't alone. More of them emerged from the depths, their figures barely visible, moving with unnatural grace, like drowned phantoms, reaching for Sarah and Alex, their outstretched hands promising only death. "Swim!" Alex shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We need to make it to the shore. Now!" They were running out of time. The creatures were drawing nearer. The waves were becoming more violent, the pull of the water stronger. With every breath Sarah took, it felt like the lake was getting deeper, as though the very earth itself was rising to consume them. She looked toward the shore, her eyes blurry with fear, but there was a glimmer of light in the distance, the cabin. It was far, too far, but it was their only chance. "Come on!" Alex cried, pulling her with all his strength. They kicked and struggled against the waves, moving as fast as they could. The water was relentless, the spirits dragging at their limbs, their cold hands wrapping around Sarah's ankles. But they couldn't stop. Not now. With a final, desperate surge of energy, they broke through the worst of the water, their feet finding the solid ground beneath them, their bodies crashing against the shore. They were close. So close. Sarah's chest heaved with exertion, her body aching, her lungs burning, but she didn't stop. Not when she could see the cabin just ahead, silhouetted against the dark sky. She grabbed Alex's arm, pulling herself to her feet, and together they ran, half stumbling, half falling, but moving faster than they ever had before. Behind them, the creatures were rising from the water, the spirits screeching in fury as they followed. The sound of their wails echoed in the night, growing louder with each step. They were almost there. Just as Sarah thought they might make it, the ground beneath them shifted once again. The cabin was close, so close, but the earth wasn't stable. The curse, the spirits, the lake's fury, it was all coming for them, all at once. Suddenly, the ground cracked open beneath Sarah's feet. And oh, she screamed as the earth split wide, swallowing everything in its path. She reached for Alex, her hand just grazing his, but it was too late. She fell. The darkness of the abyss rushed up to meet her. Her heart pounded in her chest, the screams of the spirits echoing around her, the world spinning as she was dragged downward into the depths. But then something pulled her back, a rope, a hand, a voice. "Sarah!" Alex's face appeared above her, his arm reaching down to pull her up. She grabbed onto it with everything she had, her nails digging into his skin, as she was yanked from the abyss, from the depths of the lake's curse. Together, they crashed onto the shore, gasping for air, the weight of the water and the spirits gone for a moment. But the curse wasn't done. Not yet. The sound of water lapping against the shore was all that could be heard for a moment, the eerie quiet a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. Sarah lay on her back, her chest heaving as she gasped for air, her body racked with exhaustion and terror. The weight of the water, the pull of the spirits, it had all been too much. She could barely register where she was, her mind a fog of fear and confusion. But Alex, he was beside her. He was there, his face ashen, his eyes wide with desperation. His breath came in sharp, uneven gasps as he looked down at her. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice strained, hands trembling as he reached out to help her sit up. Sarah nodded weakly, though she wasn't sure if she believed her own words. I don't know. She rubbed her face, trying to wipe away the water that clung to her skin, but it felt like the curse had soaked into her very bones. Alex's eyes darted around the shore, scanning the woods, the lake, the darkness that loomed everywhere. The spirits, those wretched, angry souls, could be anywhere. The sense of dread that had been building inside Sarah since the very first moment they had encountered the lake now felt like a tangible weight pressing down on her chest. The land was just as cursed as the water, and now they were trapped. The cabin, Sarah croaked, still dazed. We have to get to the cabin. Her words felt hollow, as if they held no meaning anymore. Could a cabin really be a sanctuary from this? Could anything protect them from the wrath of the lake? Alex didn't hesitate. He grabbed her arm, pulling her to her feet with surprising strength. His grip was firm, but there was no mistaking the fear in his eyes. The fear that Sarah shared. "Right," he muttered, his voice steady despite the panic that clung to it. "We get to the cabin. We stay there. We'll figure this out." But the path to the cabin was not as straightforward as it had seemed moments before. The once clear trail was now obscured by thick brush and tangled roots, the earth itself seeming to rebel against them. The spirits, too, were not finished with their pursuit. The air around them was thick with an unnatural chill, the smell of rot and decay wafting up from the lake, clinging to the very air they breathed. They moved through the woods, Sarah's steps faltering with every passing moment. Her limbs felt like lead, her mind struggling to focus. She couldn't shake the feeling that the spirits were close, that something was watching them from the shadows. And then she heard it. A whisper, soft at first, like the rustling of leaves. It came from behind them, echoing in the stillness. "You can't escape." Her heart skipped a beat. The voice was unmistakable, drowned, lost. She glanced nervously over her shoulder, but saw nothing. Only the dark, silent trees. Alex heard it too. He stopped, his eyes scanning the darkness around them. "Did you hear that?" His voice trembled slightly. Sarah nodded, her breath coming faster. The weight of the curse was suffocating. It wasn't just the spirits, it was something more. The land itself seemed alive, as though it had become a part of the curse, feeding on their fear. They didn't speak for a long moment, only moving forward, their pace quickening, the sense of dread growing with each step. It wasn't long before they saw it. The cabin, barely visible through the trees, its silhouette looming like a ghost in the mist. It looked small, abandoned, its windows dark and empty. But it was a beacon. It was the only hope they had left. With a final burst of energy, they stumbled toward it, Sarah's heart pounding in her chest, Alex's grip never loosening on her arm. They reached the porch, Alex throwing open the door with little more than a shove. The cabin creaked as they stepped inside, the stale, musty air filling their lungs. For a moment, they were safe. The silence that settled around them felt like an eerie relief, but Sarah knew better than to think it would last. The curse was not so easily dismissed. It was in the air, in the land, in the water, and the spirits were not done. Alex closed the door behind them with a soft click, securing them inside. He immediately moved to the window, peering through the grimy glass, his brow furrowed. "We can't just wait here," he muttered to himself. "We need to find out what's going on, why this is happening." Sarah stood there for a moment, still recovering from the ordeal, her heart racing, her thoughts a whirlwind. The events of the past hours, no, the past days, seemed too surreal to comprehend. The cursed village beneath the lake, the spirits that had risen, the twisted, monstrous figures that had emerged from the depths. It felt like they were trapped in a nightmare, one that had no end. She glanced at Alex, who was pacing now, his hands running through his hair. His movements were agitated, but there was something else in his eyes. Something darker, a fear that had taken root in him that he hadn't shown before. "Alex," she called quietly, What if the cabin isn't safe either?" He turned to face her, his expression grim. "I don't know, but we can't leave. Not yet. If we go back out there, the spirits... I know, she interrupted, her voice soft but firm. But I can feel it too, Alex. The curse, it's here, it's in this place. Alex took a deep breath, his jaw tight. We can't just sit here. We have to fight back somehow. There has to be something we can do to stop this. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't want to admit it, but Alex was right. They couldn't just wait for the inevitable to happen. The spirits, the lake, the curse, it was all moving toward them, closing in. They needed to find a way to stop it, to end it, before it consumed them both. But how? How could they fight something so ancient, so relentless? How could they stand against the curse that had destroyed an entire village, that had dragged them both into this nightmare? I think I know how, she whispered, her voice distant. Alex turned toward her, his eyes wide. What do you mean? Sarah's gaze drifted to the old wooden shelves that lined one side of the cabin, their surfaces covered in dust, the air thick with the scent of decay. There was a reason the cabin had been built here. There had to be, and she had an unsettling feeling that the answers they sought were within its walls. They just had to find them. She stepped forward, her hands shaking as she reached out toward one of the shelves. As her fingers brushed against the worn wood, she felt a strange sensation, like a faint pulse of energy, something old, something alive. The answers were here, and Sarah was about to uncover them. The air in the cabin felt thicker now, charged with a strange energy that seemed to hum just beneath the surface. Sarah's hand trembled as it hovered over the shelf, her eyes scanning the dusty old tomes and odd trinkets that littered the surface. There were small wooden carvings, twisted figures of unknown shapes, and what appeared to be ancient maps, their edges curling with age. But it was one object in particular that caught her eye. A large, heavy-looking book lay in the center of the shelf, its cover worn and weathered, the edges frayed as if it had been opened thousands of times before. The book felt important. Alex, she whispered, her voice barely audible, as though the cabin itself was listening. He didn't respond immediately, his attention still fixed on the window, watching the night outside with increasing unease. But Sarah's gaze remained locked on the book, a strange pull urging her to reach for it. Alex finally turned around, catching her gaze. "What is it?" he asked, his voice strained. There was a flicker of concern in his eyes, but his face remained pale, taut with fear. "I think this is it," Sarah said softly, her hand moving toward the book. "I think this is the key to everything." She pulled the book down from the shelf with trembling hands, feeling a surge of unease as she held it in her arms. The leather was cold to the touch, and as she flipped it open, a musty smell wafted up from its pages. Old parchment, ancient ink, the smell of something forgotten. Her eyes scanned the faded text, the handwriting curling in a strange, almost unnatural way. Alex stepped closer, his face pale as he peered over her shoulder. "What's it say?" Sarah read aloud, her voice shaky as she deciphered the words that seemed to drip with malice. "The village beneath the water sleeps not in peace. The curse that binds it is ancient, woven into the very bones of the lake. They who seek to break it must enter the depths, face the spirits, and sever the tether that binds them to this world." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. The words echoed in her mind, heavy with meaning, but she didn't understand. The spirits, they weren't just trapped here. They were tied to the lake, to the village, to the very earth beneath their feet. Alex's voice broke through her thoughts. "So, we have to go back." His words were filled with disbelief. "Back into that water? After everything we've seen?" Sarah closed the book, her mind racing. She didn't want to go back. She didn't want to face the lake again. But the answer was right in front of her, staring her down with a cold finality. "The spirits are tied to the lake, to that village," she murmured. "We have to go deeper. We have to find the source of the curse." Alex shook his head. There has to be another way. But Sarah could see it in his eyes. He knew there wasn't. They had seen the horrors beneath the surface, the way the water seemed to come alive, the twisted forms that rose from its depths. The only way to break the curse was to go into the heart of it. "I know," she whispered, "but if we don't, the lake will never let us go. It'll claim us too, like it did everyone else." Alex didn't argue. Instead, he sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping as if the weight of the situation had finally sunk in. "So, we're going back." Sarah nodded. She didn't want to, but there was no other choice. "Not anymore. We're going to end this." They both knew what that meant. It meant confronting the spirits, confronting whatever ancient entity had taken hold of the village and the lake. But more than that, it meant confronting themselves. It meant confronting the terror that had gnawed at the edges of their minds, the fear that had rooted itself deep within their hearts since they first set foot on this cursed land. Alex grabbed his backpack, his fingers brushing against the straps, his movements slow and deliberate. "We need to be ready. We don't know what we're going to face out there." Sarah nodded again, but the weight of what was coming, what they were about to do, settled over her like a thick fog. They couldn't turn back now. The spirits were already closing in, the curse tightening its grip around them. If they didn't act, they would be lost forever, just another pair of souls claimed by the lake. The cabin door creaked as Alex opened it, the sound sending a shiver down Sarah's spine. The night air felt colder now, the wind howling through the trees like the wailing of the spirits themselves. But she didn't hesitate. She couldn't. She had come too far. Together, they stepped outside, their footsteps crunching against the dry, dead leaves that covered the ground. The lake was just beyond the trees, its dark surface reflecting nothing but the void of the night sky. It was as though the very lake had become a portal to another world, a world where the spirits of the drowned lingered in eternal torment. They walked toward the water, every step heavier than the last. The closer they got, the more oppressive the air became, the more the weight of the curse pressed down on them. The lake felt alive, and Sarah could almost hear it calling to her, beckoning her closer, drawing her toward the very heart of its malevolent force. The whispers were louder now, rising from the water like a tide of madness. Sarah tried to block them out, to focus on the task at hand, but the voices were insistent. "You cannot escape. You are ours. You will join us in the depths." The darkness of the water seemed to pulse with a life of its own, ripples moving across the surface like the beating of a heart. It was as though the lake itself was waiting for them. "Are you ready?" Alex asked quietly, his voice tight with fear. Sarah swallowed hard, her throat dry. "No, but we don't have a choice." They waded into the lake, the cold water rising up to their knees, then their waists. The chill of the water was unbearable, and yet it felt strangely comforting, as though it was embracing them in its cold, suffocating grip. Ahead, the ruins of the village loomed in the distance, the twisted remains of the houses barely visible beneath the water, their frames broken and warped by the relentless passage of time. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as they waded deeper, the water rising higher around them. She glanced at Alex, whose face was pale, his lips tight with fear. "Stay close," she said, her voice barely audible above the sound of the water. They moved together, step by careful step, until the water reached their chests, then their necks. The ruins of the village were now within reach, the long abandoned buildings stretching out before them like skeletal remains of something long forgotten. The spirits were waiting. The water was frigid, clinging to Sarah's skin like an icy shroud, making each step forward feel more like a struggle than a movement. The whispers around them intensified, swirling through the air like an unseen storm, their words unintelligible, yet laced with a palpable threat. Every step they took seemed to provoke the spirits, drawing them closer, beckoning them into the depths of the cursed village beneath the lake. Sarah's mind raced as she tried to shake off the dread that gripped her, but it was impossible. The village had risen from the water once more, and now they were going to enter it, step into the heart of a nightmare that had been waiting for centuries. The ruins of the village were eerie in the dim moonlight, the broken remnants of houses and structures barely visible beneath the water. Columns of stone rose from the depths, crumbling in places, but still standing strong enough to suggest a place once full of life. It was a macabre place, and Sarah could feel the heavy weight of its history pressing down on her shoulders. It was as if the land itself had absorbed the suffering, the fear, the agony of the people who had once lived here. "Stay close," she whispered again, the words barely audible over the growing cacophony of whispers in the air. Alex, now beside her, nodded, his face pale, eyes wide, but his resolve hardening. The water had reached their necks now, and they were nearing the first of the submerged buildings, its silhouette looming like a ghost in the gloom. "What do we do when we get to the village?" Alex asked, his voice tight with fear. Sarah's eyes swept across the ruins, her heart hammering in her chest. "We find the source of the curse," she said, though she wasn't sure if she truly believed it herself. "We find the thing that binds the spirits to this place, and we destroy it, whatever it is." Alex swallowed, his eyes darting around nervously. "And if we can't, we don't have a choice," Sarah replied firmly. "We either break the curse or we die here with them." The air seemed to grow heavier, and Sarah felt the cold of the water seep deeper into her bones, gnawing at her as if trying to pull her under. The spirits had followed them, drawn to the lake, and now they were beginning to stir in the village itself. The water around them shifted, rippling unnaturally, as though something was moving beneath the surface. Suddenly, the first of the shapes emerged from the depths, an apparition, a figure cloaked in shadows, its features distorted and obscured. It moved slowly at first, then with a terrifying speed, a grotesque silhouette emerging from the water like a monster of the deep. Sarah gasped and stepped back, but Alex grabbed her arm to steady her. He was staring at the figure with wide, horrified eyes. The spirit was almost human in shape, but its face was featureless, a pale mask of emptiness, as if its soul had been drained away. It raised its arm toward them, its fingers elongated, claw-like. The air around it rippled with a dark, unnatural energy. "This is it," Sarah whispered, her throat tight. "It's one of the spirits that was bound here." Alex looked at her, terror written all over his face, but nodded, his hand trembling as he gripped the knife in his pack. They had no weapons, no way to fight this thing, only their determination to survive. The figure advanced, and Sarah could feel a chill settle deep in her bones. She stepped forward, trying to ignore the overwhelming sense of dread that filled her chest, forcing her legs to move, forcing her to face the spirit head-on. Suddenly, the figure stopped, its clawed hand frozen midair. Sarah looked up and saw that its hollow eyes were locked onto her, as though it could see deep into her soul. The whispers that had been filling the air grew louder, turning into a cacophony of unintelligible voices that seemed to fill every corner of the lake. "You will never leave." The voice echoed in her mind, the words seeping into her consciousness like poison. She tried to shake the feeling, but it was too strong, too overwhelming. The figure's form flickered, distorted by the water, then solidified again, its hollow gaze never leaving hers. "Sarah," Alex said softly, his voice trembling. "What do we do?" Sarah hesitated, her eyes scanning the figure. She didn't know, but she couldn't let fear paralyze her. They had to keep moving. "Keep going," she said, her voice firm but shaking. "We're not stopping now." Together, they waded deeper into the water, leaving the spirit behind as it stood motionless in the dark. The lake seemed to grow darker, the water murkier, as though it was pulling them deeper into its grasp. The ruins of the village were nearly upon them now, broken buildings and structures submerged in the depths, their jagged edges like the teeth of some massive creature waiting to devour them. They reached what appeared to be the remains of a bridge, a once sturdy wooden structure that had long since rotted away, its planks jutting out at odd angles from the water. The bridge was an obstacle, but it was the only way forward. "We need to cross," Sarah said, the words falling out of her mouth before she could think. She was no longer sure of what she was saying. Her mind was foggy, overwhelmed by the terror that pressed in on her from all sides. "We have to get across to the other side. That's where the source of the curse has to be." Alex nodded, his face pale as he glanced across the bridge. "It doesn't look stable." "I know," Sarah said, but she couldn't stop now. The spirits, those twisted forms, they were still watching, waiting. If they didn't do this now, they would never escape. The two of them stepped onto the bridge, the water lapping at their waists as they carefully made their way across, their eyes constantly darting to the shadows around them. They could feel the eyes of the spirits upon them, watching, waiting for them to falter. The bridge creaked and groaned beneath their weight, its old wood threatening to give way at any moment. Each step was a test of courage, each breath a prayer for survival. Halfway across, there was a sound, something low, guttural, coming from beneath the water. The bridge rattled beneath their feet, and for a terrifying moment, Sarah thought it might collapse. But they kept moving, each step taking them closer to their goal. They had to keep moving, no matter the cost. Then, with a sudden, deafening crack, the bridge splintered, sending Sarah and Alex tumbling into the water below. The coldness of the lake seemed to swallow them whole, pulling them under with terrifying force. For a moment, Sarah was disoriented, her body twisting in the cold, dark water. She kicked and flailed, trying to push herself back to the surface, but something strong gripped her leg, a hand, cold as ice, dragging her deeper. She gasped for air, but it was useless. The pressure of the water was too much, and the darkness closed in around her. The water closed in around Sarah like a tomb, suffocating, pressing against her from all sides. She kicked, struggling to break free from the icy grip that had seized her leg, but the more she fought, the stronger the pull became. Her heart raced, a frantic drumbeat echoing in her ears, her lungs burning as she fought for breath in the crushing depths. The darkness was total, a murky blackness that seemed to stretch on forever, and in it, she could feel the presence of the spirits, watching, waiting. Then, just as the last remnants of air left her lungs, something yanked her upward with a force that nearly dislocated her shoulder. Sarah gasped, her head breaking the surface, her vision blurry as she coughed and spluttered, her body still tingling from the chill of the lake. Alex was beside her, his face pale with panic. He had pulled her to the surface, but even now, his hands shook as they gripped her arms. He was gasping for breath too, his chest heaving as if he too had nearly drowned. "Sarah, are you okay?" he asked, his voice trembling. I think so," she managed to say, but she could feel the weight of the water still clinging to her, dragging her down. Her heart pounded in her chest, and the darkness of the lake still seemed to press in from every direction. She could hear the whispers again, those maddening voices that echoed beneath the surface, growing louder. But they couldn't stop. They couldn't give in. Not now. "Come on," she said, pulling herself together. "We've got to keep moving. It's just ahead." Together, they pushed through the water, the cold biting at their skin, their muscles aching with exhaustion. The village loomed ahead, its twisted ruins still submerged beneath the murky surface, but Sarah could see something now. A shape, something larger than the others, something different, standing in the center of the wreckage, its dark silhouette unmistakable. It was the source. "It's there," Sarah said, her voice hoarse. "That's where we need to go." But as they neared the ruins, the whispers grew louder, more urgent, more insistent. The spirits were closing in again, surrounding them, their presence pressing down like a physical weight. The figures appeared from the depths, their forms barely visible in the murky water, their hollow eyes staring with silent judgment. Sarah felt a cold hand brush against her cheek, and she recoiled, her pulse racing. She glanced at Alex, but he was frozen, his eyes wide in terror. She could see the fear in his face, fear of the spirits, fear of what they might face. But she couldn't let him hesitate now. "We have to keep going," she urged, though her own voice trembled. They pushed through the water, the darkness growing thicker around them as they approached the center of the ruined village. The spirits were everywhere now, their forms drifting just beneath the surface, clawing at the air, their hollow whispers filling Sarah's mind. Then just ahead she saw it. A structure that still stood, defiant against the decay, its stone walls partially submerged but still recognizable. It was an altar, a place of dark rituals, a sacrificial site, perhaps, where the curse had been born. Sarah felt a cold wave of dread wash over her as she recognized it for what it was. "This is it," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the growing crescendo of whispers. They reached the altar, and Sarah felt a strange pull toward it, as if the very air around it was alive, pulsating with the energy of the curse. The stones were covered in moss and algae, but there was something else there, something ancient, something darker than the lake itself. The air felt charged, as though the very ground beneath them was soaked in blood, soaked in the suffering of countless souls. The whispers grew louder still, and Sarah knew they were not alone. The spirits of the villagers, those who had drowned in the lake, were here with them now, gathered in the water around the altar. Their forms shifted and writhed, their faces twisted in silent agony. "We have to destroy it," Sarah said, her voice filled with a raw urgency. She felt the weight of the curse, the oppression, the malevolent force that had bound the spirits to this place for so long. If they didn't break it now, they would be consumed by it. Alex nodded, but his eyes were wide with fear. He looked back at the water, at the swirling, ghostly shapes that surrounded them. "How do we destroy it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Sarah looked down at the altar, her heart pounding. There was something there, a mark, a symbol carved into the stone. It was faint, almost worn away by time, but it was unmistakable. The symbol was ancient, etched into the stone with a precision that could not have been achieved by mere mortals. She traced her fingers over the mark, her skin tingling as she touched it. The moment her hand made contact, the whispers escalated, a deafening roar filling her ears. The spirits seemed to lurch forward, their forms twisting in the water, their hollow eyes locked onto her. The curse was reacting. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she studied the symbol. There had to be a way to break it. Some method to sever the bond that tied the spirits to this place. Her gaze shifted around the altar, looking for any clue, any sign that could help. Her eyes fell on the base of the structure, where the water swirled violently. And then she saw it. A dagger. A long, blackened blade rested at the foot of the altar, its hilt covered in strange symbols. It was the answer. She could feel it in her bones. This was what they needed. The dagger was the key to breaking the curse. "Alex, look!" she shouted, pointing at the dagger. He followed her gaze, and without a word, he waded toward it, his movements stiff with dread. He grabbed the blade, lifting it from its resting place. The moment his hand closed around the hilt, the water around them seemed to boil, the spirits screaming in agony, as if they were being pulled toward the blade. "Sarah," Alex's voice was barely a whisper, his hands shaking as he held the dagger in front of him. "What do we do with it?" Sarah looked at the altar, her eyes narrowing. She could feel the spirits now, could feel their souls pressing against her, demanding release. She knew what had to be done. "Stab the stone," she said, her voice hard with conviction. "It's the only way to break the curse." Without hesitation, Alex raised the blade above his head and brought it down, thrusting it deep into the stone. The moment the blade made contact, the air around them seemed to explode, a blinding light enveloping the altar. The water churned violently, the spirits screeching in pain as they were torn from the depths. Sarah closed her eyes against the light, but she could still feel the oppressive weight lifting from her chest. She could feel the curse being broken, the spirits being freed. The air was filled with the sound of their wails, but there was something else now, something softer, gentler. The whispers faded, replaced by a sense of peace, an overwhelming stillness. The lake fell silent. When Sarah opened her eyes again, the altar was gone. The spirits had vanished, and the water was calm, still. The lake, once so dark and menacing, had returned to its natural state, the oppressive weight lifting from the air. It was as though everything that had happened had been erased, as if they were waking from a terrible dream. They had done it. The curse had been broken. Sarah's heart hammered in her chest as the icy grip around her leg pulled her deeper into the murky water. She fought to break free, thrashing against the unseen force, but the pressure of the lake was like a vice, crushing her chest, making it harder to breathe. She could feel her lungs burning for air, the cold water filling her mouth and nose, and the terrifying thought that she might not make it to the surface flickered in her mind. But then, just as the darkness seemed to close in on her, she broke through the surface, gasping for air, coughing violently. Her arms flailed as she struggled to stay afloat, her legs kicking frantically. The water around her was thick, weighed down by the darkness, but she kept her head above it, her vision blurry as she scanned the lake for Alex. "Alex!" she screamed, her voice hoarse, barely audible over the roaring of the water around her. She felt a chill rush over her as a wave crashed against her body, dragging her back under, but she fought against it, desperate to stay above. Then, through the water's surface, she saw him, his head breaking the surface not far from her. He gasped for air, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror as he kicked desperately toward her. "Sarah!" Alex shouted, his voice breaking with panic. "Sarah, I can't." The rest of his words were swallowed by the water as he struggled to stay afloat, his body jerking and convulsing as if something beneath the surface was pulling him down. "No!" Sarah screamed, her arm reaching toward him, but the distance between them seemed to stretch endlessly. She kicked toward him, her heart racing. But something in the water was moving, something dark and monstrous. She could feel it closing in around them, creeping up from the depths like an ancient predator, hungry and relentless. Suddenly, Alex was yanked under, disappearing beneath the surface in a violent splash. Sarah's heart stopped as she dived after him, her body plunging into the water. She reached down, her hands grabbing at the empty, dark water. She couldn't see anything, the blackness consuming her, the pressure in her chest nearly unbearable. Her fingers brushed something cold, skin, flesh, and she grabbed it with all the strength she had left. But it wasn't Alex. It was something else. A figure rose from the depths, pulling itself up toward her, its face distorted, its body contorted in ways that were impossible, unnaturally long limbs dragging through the water like tentacles. The spirit's hollow, empty eyes locked onto her, its mouth opening wide to reveal rows of jagged, sharp teeth. Sarah screamed, her voice echoing through the water, but it was too late. The spirit's hand shot out, gripping her arm with an iron-like force, dragging her toward it. Her body screamed in terror as she struggled against its grip, her other hand reaching for anything she could use to fight it off. The coldness of the spirit's touch seemed to seep into her very bones, freezing her in place, paralyzing her with fear. Then, from the corner of her vision, she saw Alex's pale face emerge from the depths, gasping, struggling for air. He was alive, but only just. The spirit's grip on Sarah loosened for a split second as it turned its attention toward him, the twisted figure rising out of the water to tower over him. It moved with terrifying speed, its limbs elongating unnaturally, reaching toward him like the claws of a predatory beast. "Alex!" Sarah cried, her voice desperate. She tried to reach for him, but the spirit's grip on her tightened, dragging her away. She kicked and struggled, but it was no use. The water around her seemed to be alive now, the very depths of the lake working against her, pulling her under with the weight of its darkness. The spirit let out a low, guttural hiss, its featureless face twisting in grotesque glee. Alex flailed, trying to break free, but the spirit's hands were too strong, its grip like ice. It pulled him under again, and Sarah's heart sank. No, she couldn't lose him, not like this. She couldn't. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, Sarah yanked her arm free from the spirit's grasp, her body rising toward the surface. She broke through, gasping for air, but the struggle wasn't over. She could still feel the tug of the lake's dark power, could still hear the whispers of the spirits below, urging her to join them, to give in. With all her strength, she swam toward the place where she had last seen Alex, her eyes scanning the water desperately. He was there. He had to be there. She refused to lose him. She found him, just beneath the surface, struggling weakly. His eyes were wide with terror, his body pale, but he was alive. Sarah reached down, grabbing him by the arm, pulling him back toward the surface. She fought against the darkness that threatened to drag them both down, her breath shallow and quick, her chest aching with exertion. Together, they broke the surface once more, gasping and choking for air. They clung to each other, their bodies trembling from the cold and the fear. Sarah's heart raced, but she knew they couldn't stop here. The spirits, those wretched souls, were still out there waiting. They had to find a way to break the curse, to end this nightmare before it consumed them both. "Sarah," Alex gasped, his voice shaky. "We can't. There's no way we can do this. We're trapped." "No," Sarah said, her voice fierce. "We're not trapped. We can do this. We will do this. We have to." She could feel the water pulling at her again, the spirits whispering in her mind. But she pushed through, summoning every ounce of strength she had left. There was no turning back now. They had come too far, faced too much. The curse had to end, or they would never escape. With Alex beside her, they fought their way back toward the submerged ruins of the village. The spirits were still watching, still waiting, but they refused to give in. The water was deeper here, the village's twisted remains looming ahead, and the shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As they reached the ruins, Sarah's eyes scanned the water, looking for any sign of the curse's source. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, like a tide crashing against her mind. And then through the water she saw it, an ancient stone altar, half submerged, hidden beneath the shadows of the ruins. It was old, covered in moss and seaweed, but there was something unmistakable about it. This was it, the source. They had found it. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She knew that if they didn't destroy whatever dark force lay at the altar, it would continue to claim souls, pulling them into the depths for eternity. But what if they couldn't destroy it? What if it was too powerful? Sarah's gaze locked onto the stone altar, its surface slick with algae and submerged in the dark water like a forgotten relic from a time long past. It was ancient, twisted, the carvings etched into its sides distorted and faded by centuries of neglect. But even in the dim light, the sinister aura surrounding it was unmistakable. A dark, oppressive force radiated from it, as though it was the very heart of the curse that had consumed this village. "Alex," Sarah gasped, her voice hoarse and weak. She forced herself to focus, her mind swimming with fear and exhaustion. "That's it. That's the source. We have to destroy it." Alex was still struggling to keep his head above the water, his eyes haunted, his limbs trembling with fatigue. But when his gaze fell on the altar, a flicker of recognition passed through his features. He had seen something similar in the old books, the cursed symbols, the bloodstains in the cracks of the stone. It was no coincidence that this place was beneath the lake, hidden away, forgotten by time. The villagers had known it once, worshipped it, and perhaps that was what had doomed them all. "I don't know how we're supposed to destroy it," Alex muttered, his voice shaky. His gaze flickered to the altar again, and then to the water around them, where shadows still lurked beneath the surface, restless, whispering. "We don't have any weapons. And I don't think we can just leave. We don't have a choice," Sarah said, her voice edged with desperation. She had seen enough, felt enough to know that if they didn't end this now, they would never leave this place alive. The spirits, the lake, the village, they would all claim them, just as they had claimed the others. The air seemed to grow colder as they moved closer to the altar, the water pressing in around them like a suffocating, icy grip. Sarah could feel the presence of the spirits gathering, their whispers growing louder, more frantic, urging them to stop, to turn away, to join them in their eternal torment. But Sarah refused to give in. They had come too far. The ritual, the curse, it had to be broken, or they would never escape. As they approached the altar, Sarah reached out, her fingers grazing the surface of the stone. The moment her hand touched it, a violent shudder ran through her body. The water around them rippled, and the spirits seemed to grow more agitated, their voices becoming a deafening roar in her mind. A flash of light, brilliant, blinding, seemed to erupt from the altar, forcing Sarah to pull her hand away. The stone trembled beneath her fingers, and the water around them swirled with an otherworldly force. For a moment, everything felt suspended in time, the lake holding its breath, as if waiting for something to break. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest. What had she just done? "Sarah!" Alex shouted, reaching for her. "Get away from it!" But before she could react, the surface of the lake around them began to bubble and churn. The water, dark and murky, seemed to boil with an unnatural heat, and the whispers that had surrounded them before now crescendoed into a deafening wail of rage and agony. The spirits were rising. They were angry, and they were no longer content to merely whisper. Sarah stumbled back, panic surging through her as she tried to break free from the swirling vortex of water, but it was too late. The spirits were emerging from the depths in full force now, their ghostly forms rising like fog from the lake, their hollow eyes burning with fury. "No! No, no, no!" Alex screamed, his voice ragged, as the spirits closed in on them. The figures twisted and writhed in the water, their faces distorted with anguish, their hands reaching out, trying to drag them down into the depths. The first spirit lunged at Sarah, its cold hand wrapping around her wrist with an iron grip. The water around her seemed to freeze, turning solid with the force of the spirit's grasp. She struggled against it, her body fighting against the suffocating cold that seemed to wrap around her like a deathly embrace. Alex, terrified but determined, grabbed hold of her arm, pulling her away from the spirit. "Hold on," he shouted, but the darkness around them only thickened. More figures began to emerge from the water, surrounding them like a swarm of angry, vengeful shadows. The altar began to pulse with a dark, malevolent energy, its stone surface glowing with an eerie, sickly light. The spirits, now fully corporeal, circled them like predators closing in on their prey. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as one of the spirits, its face a grotesque mask of despair, lunged at her again. This time there was no escaping it. Its clawed hands reached for her, its hollow eyes filled with an unholy hunger. "Get away from her!" Alex roared, pulling Sarah behind him as he swung a broken piece of wood he had found earlier. It struck the spirit, but it passed right through it, as if the thing were made of smoke. "This isn't going to work," Sarah screamed, her voice full of panic. The water was closing in around them, pulling them toward the altar, pulling them into the embrace of the spirits. Then, in a moment of clarity, Sarah's eyes fell on the stone altar again. There had to be something, a way to stop this, to break the curse. She reached into her pack, her hands trembling as she fumbled for the last remnants of her supplies. She had nothing useful, nothing that could stand against the spirits. But then, as her fingers brushed something cold, her heart skipped a beat. It was the pendant, the old, tarnished pendant she had found at the edge of the lake when they first arrived. The one that seemed to glow faintly in the water, as if it held some kind of power. She had nearly forgotten about it, too caught up in the terror of the spirits, but now she knew. "This is it," she whispered, almost to herself. "This is the key. Sarah, what are you doing?" Alex cried, but she was already moving, holding the pendant up to the altar. The moment the pendant touched the stone, the entire lake seemed to tremble. The spirits stopped in their tracks, their hollow eyes turning toward her. The water churned violently, and the whispers in her mind turned to screams of agony as the pendant began to glow brighter, its light bathing the entire scene in an ethereal glow. The altar cracked, its ancient stone groaning under the pressure as the curse that had held it in place for so long began to unravel. The spirits howled, their forms flickering and distorting as if they were being torn apart by the force of the pendant's power. Their once solid bodies began to fade, their anguished faces twisted in terror as they were pulled back into the depths of the lake. "No," the spirit closest to Sarah whispered, its voice breaking. "You cannot undo what has been done." But Sarah could feel it. The power of the pendant, the ancient magic that had been binding the spirits to this place, was weakening. The curse was lifting. It was over. With one final, deafening scream, the spirits dissolved into mist, their forms fading into the darkness, leaving only silence behind. The water stilled, the oppressive weight lifting from the air. Sarah's body shook with exhaustion as she lowered the pendant. The village, its cursed inhabitants, had finally been freed. But at what cost? The water around them was still, the once turbulent lake now eerily calm, as if the battle had never been fought. The lake had claimed many lives, but now it had returned to its silent, forgotten state. Sarah and Alex floated in the water, the silence settling over them like a heavy blanket. They were alive, but the terror of what had transpired would haunt them forever. Sarah's hand gripped the pendant tightly, the cool metal grounding her in the surreal quiet that had fallen over the lake. Her breath was shallow, her limbs heavy with exhaustion. She could feel Alex beside her, just as shaken, though his expression was unreadable as he scanned the now eerily calm surface of the water. The lake had swallowed so much, so many lives, but now it seemed almost peaceful, a false tranquility, a false calm that threatened to deceive them both. Did we really do it? Alex's voice was barely a whisper, his gaze fixed on the placid water. He reached out, his hand brushing against Sarah's, as if trying to ensure they were both still tethered to reality. "Is it finally over?" For a long moment, Sarah didn't answer. Her heart was still racing, the images of the spirits clawing at her mind, the sense of something ancient and unforgiving lingering in the air. The village, the curse, the altar, it had all come crashing down around them. But the lake had always been a place of secrets, of dark history buried beneath its waters, and she couldn't shake the feeling that there was still something there, just out of reach, something that would forever tie them to this cursed place. "We might have stopped the spirits," she murmured, her voice trembling, "but I don't think the curse is truly gone. The village is still down there, buried, forgotten. There are things in these waters, Alex, things we don't understand." He nodded, his expression hollow, the weight of what they'd just experienced heavy on his features. The spirits were gone, but the memories, those were not so easily erased. The darkness of the lake had imprinted itself on their souls, and they would carry it with them always. "We should go," Alex said quietly, his voice distant. He started to paddle toward the shore, though his movements were slow, almost mechanical, as if the energy had drained from him entirely. But Sarah lingered, her eyes scanning the water once more. Something still called to her from the depths, a whispering tug that seemed to come from the lake itself, beckoning her to look deeper. She couldn't help herself. She turned back to the sunken ruins of the village, the black shadows of its forgotten structures now visible through the shifting water. The altar was no longer glowing, its power faded, but it still lingered there, a reminder of everything that had come before. Sarah's eyes locked onto the ruins, her thoughts whirling. "Alex, wait," she called, her voice strained. He turned back, his brow furrowing. "What is it?" I need to know," Sarah whispered. "I need to know more about this place, about what happened here." Alex hesitated for a long moment, the exhaustion on his face evident. He wanted to protest, wanted to urge her to leave, to get as far away from this cursed lake as possible. But something in her expression stopped him. It was the same look she had worn when they first discovered the ruins beneath the water. Curiosity, determination, a hunger to understand, no matter the cost. With a deep sigh, Alex finally nodded. "All right, but we need to be quick." We don't know how long the curse is going to stay broken. Together, they paddled toward the ruins, the water eerily still as they approached. The lake had returned to its haunted silence, the mist rolling across the surface in the distance, as if the land itself were mourning the death of the spirits that had once been trapped here. The further they ventured into the submerged village, the more the shadows seemed to stretch out around them, the weight of the past pressing in from all sides. The sunken buildings loomed like twisted skeletons, their ancient timbers now encrusted with barnacles and seaweed. Sarah's gaze swept over the ruins, each broken wall, each shattered window, a silent testament to the lost lives of those who had once lived here. And then she saw it, a faint glow, just beneath the water's surface. It was dim, barely noticeable at first, but as they drew closer, the light grew stronger, pulsing with an unnatural rhythm, like a heartbeat. The water around it seemed to hum, a strange vibration that sent a shiver down her spine. "Alex," Sarah breathed. "Look at that!" He turned to her, his eyes wide with concern, but when he followed her gaze, his expression shifted to one of realization. The glow was coming from a small stone structure at the base of what had once been a town square. It looked like an altar, much smaller than the one they had seen earlier, but it radiated the same ominous energy. "Do you think?" Alex trailed off, his voice unsure, but the fear in his eyes said everything. "Is that part of the curse?" "I don't know," Sarah replied, but she knew they had no choice but to find out. The light seemed to beckon them, and although a part of her screamed to turn back, to leave the lake and never look back, the other part, deep inside her, was drawn to the mystery, the unanswered questions that still lingered in the shadows. They approached the glowing structure slowly, their every movement weighed down by the oppressive air of the lake. The closer they got, the stronger the vibration became, pulsing through the water and reverberating in their bones. The stones beneath the surface were slick and worn, but Sarah could feel something beneath them, something ancient, buried deep within the lake bed. With trembling hands, Sarah reached forward, her fingers brushing against the stone. The moment she touched it, a powerful surge of energy shot through her, jolting her body with a coldness so intense, it felt like her very soul was being ripped from her. She gasped, jerking her hand back, but the damage had already been done. The water around them erupted in a violent swirl, and the glow beneath the surface intensified, turning into a blinding light that enveloped them both. The air crackled with electricity, the lake's surface rippling, as if a storm were brewing beneath them. The spirits had been gone, but something far worse was awakening, something that had been buried for far too long. "Sarah!" Alex cried, his voice drowned by the fury of the lake. He reached for her, but the water pulled at them, twisting around their limbs, dragging them toward the glowing altar with an irresistible force. "No!" Sarah screamed, her body fighting against the current, but it was no use. The lake had begun to stir again, and they were being pulled into its depths. And that was when Sarah realized this was no ordinary curse. This was something older, something far darker, and whatever was buried beneath the lake was not content to stay hidden anymore. The battle for their lives had just begun. The water was like a vice, tightening around Sarah and Alex, dragging them deeper into the depths of the cursed lake. The force of the pull seemed almost supernatural, an unyielding power that defied reason. Sarah fought against it, kicking and thrashing, but the current only grew stronger. The lake was alive, a living entity that had been disturbed, and it was furious. Alex's grip on her arm was the only thing keeping her from being torn away. His face was pale, his eyes wide with panic as he struggled to keep them both afloat. But even he seemed to be losing the battle. The glowing light beneath them pulsed faster now, its rhythm erratic and frantic, as if it were calling to something, a being, an ancient force, waiting to rise from the darkness. "Sarah, we have to get away from this thing," Alex shouted, his voice cracking with fear. His breath came in desperate gasps, but he didn't let go of her, even as the water dragged them closer to the stone altar. I can't, Sarah gasped, her own panic rising as she felt herself being pulled down, the light drawing her closer with an irresistible force. It's too strong. Her fingers scraped against the wet stones beneath her as they were dragged closer to the altar, and she could feel the coldness of the water seeping into her bones, freezing her to the core. The glow beneath them intensified, blinding now, and the pulsations reverberated in her chest like a second heartbeat, steady and unnerving. The air grew thick, the water heavy with energy, as if the lake itself were alive and breathing, preparing for something terrible. Suddenly, the glow beneath the altar flared brighter than anything Sarah had ever seen. So bright it seemed to cut through the very fabric of the world. She squinted against the light, her heart hammering, her skin crawling as the water seemed to freeze in place, suspended in time. And then, from the depths of the altar, something moved. A shape, a silhouette, emerging from the stone itself, an enormous, twisted figure. It was cloaked in shadow, its form impossible to comprehend, like an ancient god or demon long forgotten by the world. Its presence was suffocating, a darkness that filled the entire space, pushing against Sarah's chest like a weight she could not escape. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her mind reeling, and for the first time, she truly understood that they had not only awakened the spirits, they had awoken something far worse. The figure's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, the color of dark water, and its gaze seemed to pierce into her very soul. She felt her mind bending, her thoughts slowing, and she knew this was the force that had cursed the village, that had drowned them all in misery. It was the heart of the curse, and it was angry. "No," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible against the storm of energy swirling around them. The creature, the entity, seemed to acknowledge her fear, its massive form shifting in the water like an ancient, living storm. Its limbs were long, impossibly so, with fingers that stretched and curled like tendrils of darkness, reaching toward them. Alex was still clinging to her, his grip slipping as they were pulled toward the center of the altar. He too saw the creature, and in that moment, they both understood. There would be no escape unless they did something drastic, something to destroy this force before it consumed them entirely. "Sarah, we need to get to the surface," Alex shouted, panic flooding his voice. But Sarah knew better. She looked at the glowing pendant still clutched tightly in her hand, now flickering weakly in the oppressive darkness. The entity, this ancient, malevolent force, it had to be stopped. The pendant had been their only hope before, and now it might be their last chance. Without thinking, Sarah lifted the pendant above her head, holding it out toward the creature. Her body trembled with fear, but she refused to let go. She had to do this. She had to destroy whatever evil had taken root here and end this nightmare once and for all. The pendant began to hum, the vibration growing stronger in her hands. The water around them started to swirl faster, the pressure building as the entity let out a low, guttural sound that vibrated in Sarah's bones. The light from the pendant flared again, brighter this time, casting harsh shadows against the stone altar. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. The world held its breath. The lake, the spirit, the curse, it was all in this single, suspended moment. Then the creature howled, its voice a shrieking, otherworldly sound that reverberated through the water. Its eyes widened, glowing like twin suns, and its tendrils reached for Sarah, for the pendant. But the light from the pendant only grew brighter, its energy surging with power. The creature recoiled, its form twisting in agony, as if the light itself was burning it. "No!" the entity screamed, its voice ripping through the water and filling Sarah's mind with an overwhelming, suffocating sense of dread. "You cannot destroy me. I am eternal. I am the lake, the curse, the death of the village. You cannot." But Sarah wasn't listening anymore. She pressed the pendant forward, forcing the light to shine brighter, pushing against the creature with all the strength she had left. The entity shrieked again, its form crumbling, unraveling in the light, its tendrils disintegrating as the pendant's power tore at its very essence. The water around them began to churn violently, the energy released from the pendant breaking the dark bonds that had held the lake in its grip for centuries. Alex screamed in disbelief as the creature's massive body disintegrated before their eyes, fading into nothingness. The glow of the pendant grew so bright that it seemed to fill the entire lake, illuminating the once dark depths. The pressure in the water suddenly released, and the oppressive energy vanished. The lake fell silent again, as if all at once the evil that had lingered here for so long had been erased. Sarah gasped for air, her chest heaving as she clung to the broken surface of the altar, her body exhausted, every muscle trembling with the effort it had taken to destroy the creature. The pendant had done its job, its light fading now, leaving only darkness in its wake. "We did it," Alex whispered, his voice a raw rasp as he struggled to stay afloat beside her. "We actually did it." But Sarah wasn't sure. She wasn't sure the lake would ever truly let go of its past. The darkness had been defeated, but the village, the spirits, the curse, it was all still there, buried beneath the water, waiting. She knew now that the battle was over, but the war had just begun. With shaky hands, Sarah looked back at the village beneath the water. The ruins still stood, shrouded in darkness, and the lake stretched out into infinity, its quiet surface hiding ancient secrets. "Let's get out of here," Sarah said, her voice low and strained, "before it pulls us back down." With a final glance at the ruins, the light of the pendant now a mere memory, they began to swim toward the surface, toward freedom. But even as they broke the surface of the lake, gasping for air, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that the curse would never truly be gone. The lake had tasted blood, and it was patient. It always waited. The surface of the lake was cold against their skin as Sarah and Alex finally broke through, gasping for breath. The sky above was dark, the stars barely visible through a thick layer of clouds that had rolled in while they were submerged. The storm they had feared had come, but now it felt almost irrelevant, a mere afterthought compared to the terror they had just escaped. They clung to the side of the boat, trembling, their limbs weak from the struggle. The weight of everything that had just happened pressed down on them, and they didn't speak for a long time. They didn't need to. The silence between them was heavy with understanding, an unspoken bond forged in the deepest, darkest parts of the lake. Alex broke the silence first, his voice barely above a whisper. "Sarah, are we sure it's over?" Her gaze lingered on the dark water, her fingers gripping the edge of the boat tightly, as if afraid it might slip from under her at any moment. The light from the pendant had faded, but its presence still lingered in her mind, as if she could still feel its power humming through her veins. She shook her head, not trusting her voice at first. She had to be sure, had to convince herself that the nightmare was truly over. "I don't know," she finally admitted, her voice hollow. "It's hard to believe we've actually stopped it. The lake, there's so much more beneath the surface, things we'll never understand." Alex stared out at the water, his brow furrowed in thought. "But we saw it, Sarah. We saw the creature. We stopped it." Sarah nodded, but the unease in her chest remained. "We stopped that," she said, her words heavy with doubt. "But the lake, it's still here. It's still waiting." A cold gust of wind swept across the lake, making the boat rock slightly. Sarah pulled her jacket tighter around her, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they hadn't truly escaped. The curse might have been quelled, but the lake was an eternal presence, one that would never truly release its hold. She had seen too much, felt too much, to believe the threat had passed. Suddenly, Alex's hand shot out, grabbing her wrist. "Look!" His voice was urgent, but Sarah's gaze remained fixed on the water, unwilling to be drawn into whatever trick her mind was playing. Yet when she finally did look, her heart skipped a beat. The glow, the faint, eerie light, was back. It was coming from the depths again, just like before, a soft, pulsating glow that echoed the rhythm of the water. "No!" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. This can't be happening again. Alex's face had gone pale as he stared at the light. It wasn't as bright as before, but it was unmistakable, rising from the bottom of the lake like a signal, like a beacon that called to them. They could feel it pulling them back, deeper, even though they had fought so hard to escape. Why is it still there? Alex muttered under his breath. Why can't it just end? For a moment, they sat there in stunned silence, both of them staring at the glowing light. The lake seemed to breathe around them, as though it were alive, its pulse growing louder in their ears. There was something wrong about it, something that they hadn't fully understood until now. The glow intensified once more, the water around them shimmering as though reacting to the light's power. Slowly, Sarah's mind raced, piecing together fragments of what they had learned, what they had seen beneath the surface. No, she breathed, her voice steadying as the truth began to crystallize. It's not over. The village, the curse, it wasn't just the spirits. It was the lake itself. It's alive. It feeds. Alex turned to her, his eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean? The lake didn't just trap the village, Sarah explained, her voice growing stronger as the realization dawned. It became part of it. The curse is tied to the lake, Alex. The spirits were the price, the victims, but the lake itself is something else. It's an entity, something ancient, older than the village, older than anything we can understand. The light pulsed brighter once again, and Sarah felt a coldness creep up her spine. It was like a warning, a signal that whatever force still lay beneath the surface was preparing for something far more terrible than they could imagine. Do you feel that? She whispered, her heart racing as the sensation of being watched grew more intense. The water is changing. It's watching us. Alex's eyes darted around, as if expecting the creature to reappear at any moment. His breathing quickened, but Sarah wasn't looking for the creature anymore. The water was moving in ways it shouldn't, shifting in patterns that didn't make sense. The surface of the lake rippled unnaturally, undulating as if something large and heavy was moving beneath it. The pulsing light was growing more erratic, almost frantic now. It's not over, Sarah said again, her voice filled with quiet horror. We didn't just fight a spirit. We fought the lake itself. But it's still here. It's still alive. Suddenly, the boat jerked violently, throwing both of them off balance. Alex let out a strangled cry as they both scrambled to hold on, but the lake didn't relent. It was as if something was dragging the boat deeper, pulling them into the maw of the lake. No! Alex shouted, trying desperately to steady the boat, but it was no use. The water around them was growing more turbulent, pulling them toward the glowing light. Something enormous was coming. The lake was awakening, the entity beneath it rising, no longer content to remain hidden. Hold on! Sarah cried, grabbing Alex's arm. But it was too late. The boat capsized, and the two of them were thrown into the freezing water. It swallowed them whole, pulling them down into the abyss, the coldness wrapping around them like a vice. Sarah's mind spun as she tried to fight against the current, but the water was too strong, the pull too powerful. She caught a glimpse of Alex's face before he disappeared into the darkness, his eyes wide with terror, and then she was alone, plunging deeper and deeper into the depths. The glow from the bottom of the lake still pulsed, beckoning her, but the pull was no longer just physical. It was mental, spiritual, a force that reached into her very soul. Something was waiting. Something had always been waiting. The cold water pressed in around Sarah, pulling her deeper into the unknown. She kicked her legs, her body fighting against the current, but it was no use. The lake had claimed her, the pull too strong to resist. The light from the bottom of the lake grew brighter, drawing her toward it with an unrelenting force. The deeper she sank, the heavier the water seemed, as if it were thickening, becoming more solid, more alive. Her mind raced, panic flooding her senses. She needed to get to the surface, to escape. But the surface was so far away now, a distant memory she couldn't grasp. The darkness around her was consuming, and the once familiar world above had vanished, replaced by the suffocating weight of the depths. She could still hear the faint, rhythmic pulsing of the light beneath her, an eerie, hypnotic beat that seemed to reverberate in her chest. It wasn't just a physical pull. It was as though the light was calling to her, reaching deep into her mind, whispering ancient secrets she wasn't ready to hear. "Alex?" She gasped, her voice lost in the oppressive water. Her heart pounded as she reached out, her fingers grazing the cold stone of the lake's bed. There was no sign of him, no trace of his body, only the endless expanse of dark water. He had been taken, pulled under just like her. The thought twisted in her stomach, but she couldn't afford to dwell on it. She had to survive. Her hand brushed something solid in the water, and she froze. It was a stone, but it was different from the jagged, uneven rocks she had seen earlier. This one was smooth carved. The shape felt wrong, unnatural, like it didn't belong here. Her pulse quickened as she examined it more closely, reaching out to touch it fully. The surface was warm, almost as though it had been exposed to sunlight, despite the deep, dark water surrounding it. It wasn't just a stone. The shape became clearer the longer she touched it, a massive, carved figure that slowly came into view. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized what it was. It was a face, an ancient face, worn and weathered by centuries, its features barely visible through the layers of muck and algae. But there was no mistaking it. This was the face of the lake's spirit, the entity that had been trapped beneath its depths for so long. The face seemed to watch her, its empty eyes hollow but filled with a kind of ancient knowledge, as if it were studying her very soul. She recoiled, her breath quick and shallow, but the pull of the water and the light beneath her continued to drag her closer. She couldn't break free. She was being drawn in, whether she wanted to or not. A cold, wet hand brushed her shoulder, and she gasped, her heart leaping in her chest. But there was no one there, nothing but the dark water swirling around her. She could feel it, though. Something was moving in the water, something that was not her. Something ancient and alive. The water around her began to shift. It swirled, twisting and spiraling like a whirlpool, drawing her toward the center of the lake's depths. The glow from the altar grew brighter, almost blinding now, and she could hear a voice in her mind, whispering, echoing through the water, speaking in a language she couldn't understand. It wasn't just a voice. It was a presence, a being that was inside her, wrapping around her thoughts, infiltrating her mind. "Welcome, child," the voice said. It was low and guttural, as if it were spoken from the very depths of the lake. "You have awakened what was never meant to be awakened." Sarah's heart raced, her panic reaching a fever pitch. "No, I didn't mean to," she screamed, but the words were lost in the rushing water. She kicked and thrashed, trying to break free, but the pull was too strong. The voice continued, a steady hum in the back of her mind. "You cannot escape, Sarah," it said. "You were chosen, just as the others were. The curse is not just of the spirits, it is of the water, of the lake itself. And it will claim you. It will claim all of you." The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. The curse wasn't just tied to the village. It was the lake itself, an ancient being that had trapped the souls of the village's inhabitants within its depths, feeding off their torment, growing stronger with every life it claimed. And now it had claimed hers. She looked down at her hands, the faint, ethereal glow of the pendant still clutched tightly in her grasp. It flickered weakly in her fingers, a last beacon of hope against the overwhelming darkness that surrounded her. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on to it. The water was colder now, the pressure heavier. It felt as though the lake was trying to suffocate her, to drown her completely. The voice continued, growing louder, more insistent. "You will join us. The village is not gone, and neither are we. We are the lake, and we will return." A flash of memory hit her. The faces of the villagers she had seen in the visions, their ghostly forms rising from the depths, their tortured eyes pleading for release. They hadn't been freed. They had only been made part of the lake's curse, trapped forever in its watery prison. A scream tore from Sarah's throat as she felt the lake's grip tighten. It was pulling her down further now, to the very heart of the curse. She could see the altar ahead, the stone structure rising from the depths like an ancient temple, its broken edges covered in centuries of slime and decay. But it wasn't the altar that drew her in. It was the force that radiated from it, the power that made her feel as though she were being sucked into its very core. And then in the distance, she saw something else. It was faint at first, a flicker of movement that caught her eye, but as she focused, she realized it was a figure, a body moving beneath the water. She couldn't make out the face, but the shape, slender, humanoid, was unmistakable. The figure was moving toward her, slowly, as though it were walking across the lake bed. Her heart skipped a beat as the figure drew closer. There was something hauntingly familiar about it, something she couldn't quite place. And then, as the figure emerged from the darkness, Sarah's breath caught in her throat. It was Alex. His face was pale, his eyes empty and lifeless, but there was no mistaking him. He was here, in the depths, and he was reaching out toward her. "Alex," she cried, but her voice was barely a whisper against the swirling water. His hand stretched out to her, his expression frozen in a blank, unnatural stare. She reached for him instinctively, desperate to pull him back from whatever dark fate had claimed him. But before her fingers could touch his, the water surged, the current pulling her down with a ferocity that made her stomach lurch. And as she was sucked into the abyss, she heard the voice once more, its words echoing in her mind. "Welcome home." The darkness of the abyss seemed to swallow her whole, and for a moment, Sarah lost all sense of time and space. The water around her was heavy, thick with the power of the lake, pressing down on her as if trying to crush her body into nothingness. The light, the pulsing, eerie glow, flickered just out of reach, growing more distant as she was pulled deeper into the depths. She tried to scream, to cry out, but no sound escaped her lips. It was as if the lake had muted her, silencing her completely. Her lungs burned for air, but there was none to be found. The coldness seemed to seep into her very bones, chilling her to the core, and she felt her strength fading, her body growing numb. In the darkness, she felt the presence of the figure, the shadow of Alex, looming over her. His pale face, his lifeless eyes, haunted her. He wasn't the person she had known. He wasn't alive. His form was distorted, unnatural, as though it had been twisted by the dark force of the lake. But still, she couldn't look away. His empty gaze seemed to pierce through her, holding her in place, keeping her trapped in this nightmarish reality. Alex's hand reached for her once more, and this time, she didn't resist. She couldn't. The force of the lake had taken all her strength, and she was powerless to escape it. She let his hand grip hers, and as soon as he touched her, something strange happened. A coldness, deeper than anything she had ever felt, coursed through her body, numbing her entirely. It was as though her soul itself was being drained, pulled from her with the force of the lake's ancient curse. "Alex?" she whispered weakly, but her voice was a mere breath, barely audible against the deafening silence of the deep. His lips moved, but no words came out. There was only a hollow, unsettling sound, a low, guttural hum, that seemed to reverberate through her very bones. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, that same unnatural pull that had drawn her in from the beginning. And then, just as quickly as the grip had taken hold of her, the current shifted. It was subtle at first, a slight change in the water's movement, but it was enough. The pressure on her chest eased, and she found herself floating, suspended in the inky blackness of the lake. The glowing light from the altar, so far away now, continued to pulse, its rhythmic beat like the thrum of a dark heart. For a moment, she dared to believe that she might escape, that she could break free from the lake's hold. But as she drifted, she realized with a sinking feeling that the water had changed. The currents no longer pulled her downward. They pulled her toward something alive. Her gaze flicked down to the lake bed, and she saw them, dozens of figures, all emerging from the depths, their forms grotesque and malformed. The faces of the villagers, those same tortured souls she had seen before, now twisted beyond recognition. They were no longer the faint, ghostly apparitions she had encountered earlier. Now they were fully materialized, their bodies bloated, their skins slick with the corruption of the lake. They moved toward her with slow, deliberate steps, their hollow eyes fixed on her. Their mouths hung open, twisted into silent screams. Some reached out, their hands groping the water, desperate to pull her into their embrace. Others simply stared, their faces a mask of pain and anguish. And then, as Sarah's gaze moved upward, she saw it. The altar, the massive stone structure that had once been an ancient temple of sorts, its broken form now fully visible. It was more than just a structure. It was a part of the lake, a living, breathing part of the curse. The stone was covered in symbols, glyphs she couldn't decipher, but there was something about it that made her skin crawl. It was alive. It was watching her. She felt a presence behind her, a cold hand on her shoulder, sending a shock of icy fear through her body. Sarah turned, her eyes widening as she saw the figure standing before her. It was Alex, or at least it looked like Alex. But his face, his body, was no longer human. His features were distorted, his skin stretched and translucent, his eyes clouded and empty. He was no longer the person she had known. He was a vessel, a puppet controlled by the lake's ancient force. Sarah, his voice was a hollow echo, distorted and broken. We are all one now. You were always meant to be a part of us. You belong here. Her body trembled with terror, her breath shallow as she tried to pull away from him. But there was no escape. The lake had claimed him, just as it had claimed her. They were both trapped, bound to the cursed waters forever. The spirits of the village had long since given up hope of ever escaping. Now they were part of the lake, part of the entity that had created it. And Sarah was no different. She was no longer just a person. She was a part of something far darker, far older, than she had ever imagined. The other figures, those ghostly villagers, began to surround her, their hollow eyes watching, waiting. They were part of the curse, just like Alex, just like her. The lake had claimed them all. Join us, Alex whispered again, his voice colder than the water around them. Join us, Sarah. We are the lake now. We are eternal. The pressure in her chest intensified, her body feeling like it was being pulled in every direction at once. The water around her thickened, constricted, as though the lake was trying to consume her whole. She gasped for breath, but the water filled her lungs, choking her, suffocating her. And then, just as everything seemed to be closing in, a new sound broke through the chaos. It was a voice from above, a voice that cut through the dark water, calling to her. Sarah, fight it! Her eyes snapped open, her heart racing. She could hear it now, Alex's voice, but it was different. It wasn't the hollow echo from the depths. It was alive. She reached out in desperation, but her limbs felt heavy, as though they were bound by an invisible force. Fight, Sarah. You're stronger than this. You have to. The voice was familiar now, pulling her back from the brink of madness. She struggled against the pull of the lake, against the whispers of the spirits, against the crushing weight of the water. She couldn't let it take her. Not like this. With every ounce of strength, she wrenched herself free, forcing her body to move, forcing herself to the surface. The water resisted her, pushing back, but she refused to give in. She was stronger than the lake. She had to be. Sarah's body fought against the water, each movement like dragging herself through molasses. Her muscles burned, her lungs screamed for air, but she pressed forward, clawing her way toward the surface. The pressure of the lake seemed to push down on her with a relentless force, pulling her deeper into its embrace, but she refused to give in. Every inch of her being screamed to break free from this nightmare, to return to the world above, to the safety of the light. She couldn't let the lake consume her like it had consumed Alex, like it had consumed all those before her. The voices of the spirits echoed in her mind, rising in a cacophony of whispers and mournful wails. Their pleas, their cries for release, filled the water around her, but Sarah couldn't let them pull her back. She had to escape. Her lungs burned, and the dark water around her grew colder, more suffocating, but she kept pushing, her arms and legs moving in slow, agonizing strokes. The light, bright and blinding now, grew larger as she drew closer to it. It wasn't just the glow of the altar anymore. It was the surface of the water, the sky above, the air. She could almost taste it. Her head broke the surface with a violent gasp, her breath ragged as she inhaled the sweet, fresh air. The world was a blur around her, the sound of the lake's pulse still pounding in her ears, but the weight of the water was gone. The light of the moon bathed her in a cold, silvery glow, the stars scattered above her like tiny, distant diamonds. For a moment, she simply floated, her body trembling with exhaustion, the chill of the water still clinging to her skin. She was alive. She had made it to the surface, but the sense of relief was short-lived. A shadow moved in the water beneath her, a shape that rippled through the dark depths. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. She turned slowly, her eyes wide with terror, but there was nothing there, nothing tangible. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, that the lake was still there, still waiting, still hungry. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. Alex, the village, the curse. Everything she had seen, everything she had felt had been real. But now it was over, wasn't it? She had escaped. But as her trembling hands reached for the surface of the water, she noticed something that froze her in place. There, on the far shore of the lake, a figure stood, silhouetted against the moonlight. It was tall, almost skeletal, with a twisted, unnatural form that seemed to flicker and shift in the darkness. The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light, just like the glow that had drawn her into the depths. It was staring directly at her. Her heart skipped again, a cold shiver running down her spine. She knew what it was. It was the spirit of the lake, the ancient force that had been watching her all along. It hadn't let her go. It had only allowed her to escape for a moment, to make her believe she was free. But she was not free. No one who encountered the lake ever was. The figure took a step forward, and the water around Sarah seemed to tremble in response. She could hear the faintest sound, like whispers carried on the wind, but the words were unintelligible. It was as though the lake itself was speaking, reaching out to her once more. "You can never escape," the voice of the spirit echoed in her mind, its tone cold and malevolent. "You belong to the lake now. You always have." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She had been so sure, so certain that she had escaped, that the lake's curse was behind her. But now, standing on the shore, staring at the shadowed figure, she knew the truth. There was no escape. The curse had claimed her, body and soul. The water around her began to churn again, swirling with an unnatural force, pulling her toward the figure on the shore. She fought against the current, kicking, thrashing, but it was no use. The lake's power was too strong. The ancient presence of the curse was pulling her back, drawing her closer to the spirit. "No!" Sarah cried out, panic rising in her chest. "No! I won't go back!" But the current was relentless. The figure on the shore seemed to be drawing closer, its eyes locked on hers, glowing with an unholy light. Sarah's limbs were numb from the cold, her body exhausted, but she continued to fight, desperate to stay away from the lake, from its curse. The spirit's voice whispered once more, a chilling sound that seemed to invade her very thoughts. "You will return to us, Sarah. You are one of us. You always were." Her mind spun with fear, the weight of the curse pressing down on her like a physical force. She could feel the pull, the tug of the water, the cold grip of the lake reaching for her, trying to drag her back into the depths. And then, in the distance, she saw something. A boat. A small fishing boat, drifting on the surface of the lake, its silhouette barely visible against the horizon. There was no one in it, but Sarah's heart leaped with hope. If she could reach the boat, she might be able to escape. She might be able to get far enough away from the shore, away from the lake's grasp. With renewed determination, she kicked her legs, swimming toward the boat with all her strength. The current fought against her, but she kept pushing, fighting for every inch. The boat was so close now. She could almost touch it. Just as her fingers grazed the edge of the boat, a powerful force surged beneath her, and the water erupted in a violent swirl. She was lifted from the surface, her body thrown into the air as though she were nothing more than a rag doll. She screamed, her heart racing, but before she could react, she was plunged back into the lake's cold depths. The boat had vanished. The shore was gone. Everything was swallowed by the water, consumed by the darkness. And the spirit was waiting. Sarah's body hit the water with a sickening thud, the impact knocking the air from her lungs. She gasped, but the cold liquid surged into her mouth, choking her as she was dragged deeper into the abyss. Her limbs felt heavy, weighed down by the oppressive darkness that surrounded her. Every instinct in her screamed for her to swim, to fight against the water, but the lake was too strong. It wasn't just a force of nature, it was alive. It was hungry. The spirit, that dark and twisted figure from the shore, seemed to hover just beyond her reach, its glowing eyes fixed on her, unmoving and relentless. It had no need to chase her. It simply watched, as if it knew she couldn't escape. Sarah's pulse quickened, her panic rising as the pressure in her chest mounted, threatening to suffocate her. Fight it, she thought desperately. Fight, fight, fight. But there was no escape. The lake had a grip on her now. She could feel it in her bones. The curse was inside her, woven into the very fabric of her being. The lake had been waiting for her, had always been waiting. She wasn't the first to fall victim to its pull, and she certainly wouldn't be the last. Her vision blurred as the water began to cloud around her, and the spirits, those tormented souls, emerged from the depths. They were everywhere now, floating like phantoms, their pale faces twisted in agony. Their hands reached out, their fingers skeletal and thin, grasping for her, pulling at her like they had pulled at Alex. "You belong to us," they whispered, their voices a cacophony of pain and malice. "You were always meant to join us." The voices grew louder, swirling around her like a storm. She couldn't tell where the whispers ended and her own thoughts began. The pressure of the water seemed to crush in on her, each breath more difficult than the last. Her body felt as though it was splitting apart, her soul being torn between the world above and the dark, cursed depths. Suddenly she felt it again, the hand on her shoulder, cold, unyielding. "Alex!" She turned, gasping for air, her heart pounding in her chest. There he was, or at least what was left of him, his once handsome face now an expressionless mask of horror. His eyes were empty, hollow, and his mouth stretched into a grotesque grin. The rot of the lake had taken him completely. He was no longer human. He was one of them, one of the spirits, lost to the curse. "Sarah," he said, his voice no longer his own. It was deep and hollow, as though coming from a grave. "You don't have to fight anymore. Come with me. Come home. Home." The word echoed in her mind. What was home anymore? Was the surface, was the world above, her true home? Or had the lake already claimed her as its own? "No," she choked out, trying to push him away, but her hands moved sluggishly, as though trapped in a dream. "No, I won't. I won't become like you." The shadows in the water swirled, the figures of the drowned villagers gathering around her, their faces contorted in torment. They had been waiting, too, waiting for her to give in. "It's too late," Alex whispered, his hands tightening on her shoulder. "You are one of us now. We are eternal." Sarah's mind spun. She had been so sure she could escape, so sure that she could outrun the curse. But now, deep beneath the lake, she understood. The village wasn't just a place that had drowned. It was a part of the curse. The lake was a living thing, an ancient entity that fed on the souls of those who ventured too close. Once you were claimed by it, there was no return, no escape. The spirits closed in, their cold hands brushing her skin, their eyes boring into her with unrelenting intensity. Their voices, low and pained, filled her ears. You belong here. You were always meant to be a part of us. Sarah closed her eyes tightly, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst from her chest. This was it. She had been foolish to think she could leave, to think she could escape. She had been a part of this, unknowingly, from the beginning. And then in the distance she saw it. A figure, standing in the dark water, just beyond the reach of the spirits. It was tall, cloaked in shadow, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through the water and straight into her soul. She gasped, her breath coming in shallow, desperate gasps. The figure moved toward her, the water around it parting as if obeying its command. It wasn't one of the spirits. This figure, whatever it was different. It was ancient, powerful, and it was coming for her. You have been called, the figure's voice rumbled, deep and commanding. It wasn't a voice that whispered. This voice thundered through the water, vibrating her very bones. The lake has claimed you, Sarah, and you will answer its call. The darkness swirled around her as the figure approached, and for a fleeting moment, Sarah wondered if this was the end. But no, it wasn't. Not yet. The lake had taken so many. It had taken Alex. It had taken the villagers. But it had not taken her spirit. Not yet. With every ounce of willpower she had left, Sarah shoved Alex's cold hand away from her shoulder. Her vision swam, her body aching, but she forced herself to focus, to center herself. She couldn't let it take her, not without a fight. No, she screamed, her voice shaking but defiant. I won't belong to you. I won't. The figure paused, its glowing eyes narrowing as if considering her words. The spirits around her halted in their movements, as though waiting for the next step in this grim dance. For a moment, everything was still, and then, as though deciding that her defiance was a test, the figure spoke again, its voice even deeper, more thunderous than before. Then you will suffer the consequences of defiance. The water surged violently around her, pushing her back toward the depths. Her limbs flailed, but it was no use. The pull of the lake was too great. The spirits reached for her, their bony hands grasping at her, pulling her deeper into the curse. But something within her snapped. A surge of rage and fear, primal and uncontrollable, burst from the very core of her being. She wouldn't be another soul lost to the lake. She couldn't. With one final, desperate cry, she broke through the water's grip, reaching up toward the surface, toward freedom, toward the light. Would she make it? Sarah's hands broke the surface again, her fingers clawing at the air as if reaching for salvation itself. The icy water gripped her ankles, but her will was unyielding. With every ounce of strength she could summon, she forced her body upward, her chest heaving as she broke free from the crushing pressure of the lake's depths. Her vision swam, but the moonlight above was her beacon, a reminder that there was still hope. She wasn't going to die in this forsaken place. She wouldn't be swallowed whole by the lake's curse. The spirits, Alex, the drowned villagers, they could wait. She was alive. She was still fighting. And no matter how many times the lake pulled her under, she would rise again. Her lungs burned as she gasped for air, the cold chill of the water biting at her skin, but she didn't stop. She kicked and clawed, pushing herself to the edge of the lake. The water seemed to fight her every inch, the currents pulling her back, trying to drag her down again. The spirits whispered, the voices surrounding her, cold fingers grazing her skin like death itself, but Sarah refused to listen. She had to escape. She had to get out. The shore was so close now, just a few more feet. She could almost feel the ground beneath her, the solid earth that would anchor her, that would free her from this nightmare. But before she could reach it, something grabbed her again. A hand, cold, clammy, and strong, wrapped around her ankle, pulling her back with terrifying force. Her heart skipped in her chest, and she screamed as she was yanked under the water once more. She tried to fight, kicking her legs, but the hand held her fast, dragging her deeper into the lake. Her eyes were wide, panic clawing at her throat as she reached for the surface. Her breath bubbled in the water, her body struggling, her limbs no longer responding to her commands. Through the murk, she saw the figure again. It stood at the edge of the water, motionless, watching her with those glowing eyes. Its presence was like a weight, pressing down on her chest, suffocating her spirit. The lake had claimed her. She could feel it now, the curse tightening around her like a vice. "You cannot escape," the figure intoned, its voice like thunder, rumbling through the water. It echoed in her mind, reverberating through her very soul. "The lake is eternal. You are mine." Her heart raced, each beat a frantic drum in her chest. No, she had fought too hard to give up now. The air above, the land beyond, it was calling her. She had to rise. She had to break free. With a final, desperate scream, Sarah summoned every bit of strength she had left, kicking violently against the hand that held her, wrenching herself free. Her head broke the surface once more, her lungs burning with the effort. She gulped air like a drowning woman, every breath a struggle for survival. Her vision was a blur, the world spinning around her, but she saw it, the shore, just a few feet away. She wasn't done yet. She wouldn't let the lake win. But as she swam toward it, her limbs growing heavier with each stroke, a shadow passed beneath her. The water rippled, and the figure emerged from the depths, its form dark and towering. It didn't need to surface. It moved as if the water was its domain, its throne. The spirit's glowing eyes were fixed on her, unwavering and cold. She could feel the weight of its gaze, its power pressing in from all sides. "You think you can fight it?" The figure's voice boomed in her mind. "You are part of the lake now, Sarah. You will never leave. It will never let you go." The lake began to churn again, the water swirling in a vicious spiral beneath her. The waves grew higher, more violent, as if the lake was enraged by her defiance. The spirit was not content to let her go. It was punishing her, dragging her back into the depths once more. Sarah's body was exhausted, her arms and legs aching, but she pushed on. She had to get out. She had to escape, no matter what. The water began to pull at her again, faster now, stronger. She fought, she kicked, but her strength was fading. The shadows of the spirits hovered around her, their cold hands reaching for her, their voices rising in a deafening chorus. The water closed in on her, drowning her in darkness, and just as she thought she couldn't fight anymore, she saw it. A glimmer of light, a small boat drifting toward her through the chaos of the waves. It was a miracle, a second chance. The boat, though small, was her only hope now. The spirits shrieked, the water lashed at her, but she swam toward it with every last ounce of her strength. Her mind was consumed by nothing but the need to reach that boat, to get away from the lake's grasp. She could almost taste freedom. But as she neared the boat, a figure stepped out from the shadows, Alex. His eyes were empty now, his skin pale and decayed, the rot of the lake consuming him more each time she saw him. He stretched out his hand, his fingers skeletal and unfeeling, his lips parted in a grotesque smile. "Come to me," he rasped, his voice a hollow echo of its former warmth. "It's time to rest, Sarah. Time to come home." Her heart twisted in her chest. The temptation to give in was overwhelming. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. She could still feel the boat beneath her fingers, the promise of escape. She could still taste the air outside this cursed lake. "No!" Sarah screamed, kicking out at Alex, but her foot slipped against the slick, moss-covered side of the boat. The spirits began to swarm, reaching for her, their cold fingers tightening around her, pulling her down into the lake's cold, unforgiving depths. Her vision darkened, the edges of her world crumbling, but in her mind, one thought remained: she had to survive. And so she did. Sarah's body was failing her, the weight of exhaustion and fear pushing her to the brink of collapse. The spirits were closing in, their pale hands clawing at her legs, their icy fingers seeping into her skin, threatening to drag her down. She fought with every ounce of her strength, her hands slipping along the boat's edge, but she wouldn't give up. Not now. Not when she was so close. The boat rocked violently, as if the lake itself was trying to knock it from its course, but Sarah kept her grip, the wood creaking beneath her hands. She kicked her legs, trying to free herself from the water's grasp, but it was as if the lake was alive, pulsing with anger, alive with hunger. The spirits were relentless, tugging at her, their whispers growing louder. "You belong to us," they hissed, their voices dripping with malice. "You can never leave," the drowned villagers crooned, their faces twisted in agony. But Sarah wasn't listening anymore. She couldn't afford to. The darkness of the lake surrounded her, pressing in on all sides, but there was light ahead, faint, distant, but it was there. The shore. She had to make it. With every ounce of strength she had left, Sarah pulled herself into the boat. The surface of the water shuddered beneath her as the spirits howled in fury, but she didn't look back. She just focused on the shore, the distant outline of the land, her only hope of salvation. The boat seemed to know her desperation. It creaked and groaned, as if it was fighting the current, but it began to move, inch by inch, toward the shore. The spirits were still clawing at her, their cries filling her ears, but Sarah couldn't stop now. She wouldn't stop. As the boat cut through the water, the figure that had haunted her, the figure with glowing eyes, emerged once more, standing at the water's edge. It didn't move, but Sarah could feel its gaze on her, a weight that pressed down on her chest like an invisible hand. "You cannot escape," the voice rumbled, its power resonating deep in her bones. "You're a part of the lake now, Sarah. You will never be free." Sarah's heart thudded in her chest, but she didn't slow. She wouldn't listen to its words. The lake was powerful, yes, ancient, but she had lived through horrors. She had fought through them, and she wasn't about to let this cursed place win. With one last, desperate stroke, the boat finally reached the shore. The ground was solid beneath her feet, the earth cool and familiar. She stumbled out of the boat, gasping for air, her body trembling from the exertion. The cursed lake loomed behind her, dark and foreboding, but she was free. She had made it. For a moment, Sarah stood there, staring at the water, as if trying to process what had just happened. Her heart was still racing, her breath shallow and ragged. She didn't know if the spirits would follow her, if the lake would try to claim her again. But she didn't care. She was out. She had survived. The figure at the water's edge lingered, its glowing eyes burning into her, but it didn't come any closer. It only watched, silent, as if waiting for her to make her next move. "You may have escaped," it said quietly, its voice a whisper on the wind, "but you are never truly free. You will always be marked. The lake will always call you back." Sarah didn't respond. She couldn't. The fear had finally faded, replaced by a cold, sharp resolve. She had learned the truth of the lake, that it wasn't just a body of water, a place where ancient villagers had drowned. It was something much darker, more malevolent. A force that could not be fully understood, not by anyone who had not felt its pull. But now Sarah understood the curse, and she would never forget it. Slowly, she turned away from the water, her feet carrying her across the damp, cold earth. The village, what was left of it, lay in ruins behind her, a shadow of the place that had once been. The air was thick with the scent of decay, but Sarah didn't look back. She had seen enough. The village, the lake, the curse, they would remain behind her. She didn't know what would happen next, but she knew that she had to move forward. She couldn't stay here, not with the haunting memory of the spirits and the ancient curse that still lingered in the water. She couldn't let the past claim her. She had to keep going, and so she did. As Sarah made her way through the remnants of the forgotten village, the silence around her was suffocating. The wind rustled through the dead trees, but it felt as though the earth itself was holding its breath. There were no birds, no animals, only the cold, eerie stillness of a place long abandoned. Even the air seemed heavy, thick with something dark and ancient, as if the land itself had been marked by the curse. It wasn't just the village that was forsaken, it was everything. The lake, the land, the people who had once lived here, they were all part of a story too dark to escape, too deep to be forgotten. As Sarah moved further away from the lake, the weight of it began to lift. Her heart still pounded in her chest, but there was no more immediate danger. For the first time since she had arrived, she could breathe without the oppressive sense of being watched, without the constant fear of drowning, of being dragged under. But even as she walked, there was a lingering feeling that something was still watching her, something waiting. The lake will always call you back. Sarah shook the thought away. It was over. She had won. But as she stepped into the dense forest beyond the village, she couldn't help but feel an unease settle over her. A feeling that she was being followed. That someone was still behind her, waiting. She tried to shake it off, but the sensation grew stronger with every step. Was it just her imagination, or had the lake's curse followed her? Sarah's steps quickened as she moved through the thick underbrush of the forest, her heart hammering in her chest. The moonlight barely pierced the canopy of trees above her, casting long shadows that danced with every rustle of wind. She had to get out. She had to keep moving, keep putting distance between herself and the lake, and yet something felt wrong. Every step she took seemed to echo louder in the oppressive silence of the woods. The sensation of being watched, of being followed, intensified. Her breath caught in her throat as the whispering voices returned, faint but unmistakable, carried by the wind. Sarah, her skin crawled. She had been foolish to think she could escape. The curse of the lake wasn't just a part of the water. It had seeped into the land, into the very air she breathed. It wasn't going to let her go. No matter how far she ran, the spirits would find her. She could feel their eyes on her, could almost see the shimmer of their ghostly forms lurking in the shadows of the trees. She stopped, her breath ragged, scanning the darkness around her. Every rustle in the underbrush made her tense. Every gust of wind felt like a cold hand brushing against her skin. The lake's reach was long, and it had marked her. She had escaped it once, but it would never let her forget. There was no escape. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shift as if the forest itself was alive, closing in around her. The trees loomed taller, their branches twisting and bending in unnatural ways. And then, through the darkness, she saw it. The water. It was impossibly still, a dark, glassy surface that stretched out before her, surrounded by the ancient trees. The lake, the same lake. How was it possible? She had left it behind. There had been no bodies of water in sight for miles, but now, as though the very earth had shifted beneath her feet, the lake was there, waiting for her. Her heart plummeted into her stomach, her limbs frozen in place. She backed away, but the sound of footsteps, wet, sluggish, like something dragging itself through the water, grew louder. And then, from the edge of the lake, it appeared. The figure. Its glowing eyes pierced the darkness, and Sarah's blood ran cold. It was taller now, more menacing, its form flickering in and out of existence like a shadow. It stepped forward from the water, its long, bony fingers outstretched, beckoning her. "You can never escape," it whispered, its voice like ice. "You belong to the lake. The curse has marked you. You are one of us." She tried to scream, to run, but her legs wouldn't move. It was as if the very ground beneath her had turned to mud, holding her in place. The lake spirits surged forward, their pale faces emerging from the dark waters, their eyes empty, their lips twisted in silent screams. "No!" Sarah finally gasped, her voice hoarse with fear. She jerked her arms, struggling against the invisible hold that kept her rooted to the spot. But no matter how hard she fought, the spirits continued to close in. One of them reached out, its cold hand brushing her face, and suddenly she was there, beneath the water again. The lake swallowed her whole, dragging her into its depths, the cold grip of the curse tightening around her like chains. The world above her blurred, the figures of the spirits drifting just out of reach, whispering, their voices filling her mind. Her lungs burned, but she couldn't scream, couldn't breathe. The pressure of the water closed in on her chest, but it wasn't just the water. It was the weight of the curse pulling her deeper, pulling her into its eternal grasp. And in the darkness of the lake, Sarah realized the truth. There was no escape. The water was still. The lake, once again, was calm. And Sarah was gone. The lake claimed her, as it had claimed so many before her. The curse unbroken, the village still hidden beneath the depths. The spirits still waiting, eternal. The moon hung low over the still water, casting a pale light across the lake's dark surface. It was as if time itself had stopped, the world holding its breath. There was no sign of Sarah now, no trace of the woman who had fought so fiercely to escape. The water had claimed her, and the curse, ancient, relentless, had done what it always did. The village beneath the surface lay in its grave, its secrets buried, but the spirits of those long dead still stirred. The lake remained, its depths hiding all that had once been. And yet, despite all that had happened, the lake's hunger was never sated. The curse endured. A whisper echoed across the water, faint but unmistakable. The voices of the drowned villagers, those trapped souls who could never rest, could never be free. "You are never truly alone," they murmured, their voices like the rustling of leaves. "The lake will call you back. Always." The darkness of the forest beyond the water remained unchanged, the trees standing tall as silent witnesses to the endless cycle that played out time and time again. The curse had been passed on. Sarah's name would join the others on the long list of those who had failed to escape. And the lake waited. The moon dipped below the horizon, and the water, once more, was still. The stillness of the lake was absolute, as though it had swallowed every trace of the struggle, every scream, every hope. The cursed village, buried beneath the water, remained a secret in the depths, its ghosts lingering, forever bound to the place they had once called home. The spirits of the lost souls watched, their eyes glowing faintly from the murky abyss, ever hungry for the next victim who would stumble too close. Sarah's story had come to an end, but the cycle was far from over. The lake would never forget, and it would never release its grasp. Each time a soul tried to escape, it would always pull them back, just as it had done with Sarah. The curse remained eternal, and somewhere deep below the surface, the water rippled faintly, waiting for the next unwitting soul to wander too close, to fall into its cold embrace, to become another lost whisper in the depths, another name to be forgotten by all but the lake. The cycle continued, unbroken.